do it. Alright, last time we started just after we had defeated the Serpentine Earl and his buddy, or brother, I think, Lolok, in a terrifying battle. So that was a great victory that we started off with. We had piled a bunch of rocks and stuff on the unconscious Lolok, as we, especially Verlev, had decided to eventually talk to him and perhaps convert him to our cause. So that was the plan. However, it ended up that after he woke up, we put him in a hole to secure him further so we could talk to him without him hulking out and punching us again. And talk to him. Except Verlev decided that it was too much effort after all, and us three could do some work. And so it was mostly, I believe, I forgot the character's name. Veristrix, who talked to him. However, it turned out that ogres apparently are very familial. Like, they really like their family a lot, and it turns out we just murdered his brother. So that didn't work out well. So we just left him stewing in the hole, sent the mad wizard and Veristrix's pet to watch over him. But as it turns out, he didn't really change his mind. During that, one peculiar thing happened, which was that the pike with the Serpentine Earl's head on had some signs of recent necromancy around it, and it was really weird, and I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but surely it's irrelevant now and will never be relevant again. But long story short, Lolok refused to do anything with us and eventually died. So that was sad. After that, we decided that we don't need to rush at the dam right away. We killed the mobile part of the ogres in the valley, and if the other ogre decides to run away or get off the dam, that's better for us even. The dam is really fortified, and we need everything we can get. So we decided to just lay low for a little bit, do some things here and there, but attack later. During that time, the dwarves finally finished excavating the promised passage into the underground, the underdark perhaps even. And Vellignov is very excited because they saw steam coming, and between that and Veristrix's assertions that there's fire down there and all that stuff, that's pretty glorious. Vellignov hasn't really found a permanent home yet. He has moved shop a couple times, but that may be something. But the other three dragons, or at least the other two dragons, weren't that interested in going down there right away. The dam, however, had guaranteed treasures and, also ogres that we need to kill eventually. So that became priority number one for us. So we waited a couple more days to get back to our full strength, and in stereotypical draconic arrogance, attacked the dam head-on, flapping furiously as we ever so slowly approached it from the air, while being pelted with arrows and large rocks and all kinds of mean things. It was a battle for sure, which we didn't conclude last session. However, we at least managed to kill one archer, I think. And we're also on the dam with everyone else sort of bunched up. So I do strongly believe that the battle is swinging in our favor. But who knows how it's going to end. Let's find out.
Yes. Last time we didn't actually do XP and such because you were in the middle of something here. That pretty much pertains to the goals you have. Now you have one open goal slot. But I imagine we'll just keep things as they are currently.
Yes, it's fine to keep things as they are.
That's pretty much what you're going to do, and your sort of scope for immediate action currently, even after this, might also be limited.
Yep.
Yeah, with that leads us straight into battle.
Tilraxos just charged Hackdor and did the attack.
Yo. And that's pretty much it. I believe we ended the round.
Yeah.
I believe I smited him, so I believe he has ongoing damage.
Currently has 8
Yep.
ongoing damage.
That's correct.
And his recharge is currently used. My notes on him. All right, we have a human here. Well, he's gonna stand up.
Is he going to attack Manaki?
Yes.
I figured so. I will immediately interrupt him then, because he is within 5 squares of me.
All right.
Alright, as Verdolith rushes across the dam to launch a counterattack to help Tilraxos. That's my 5 squares. I will spend both of my remaining power points to launch an attack against the human man. 21 versus armor class.
That hits.
Okay. Well, then he takes 24 untyped damage, and I become the target of his attack.
This is an immediate interrupt, yeah?
Yeah, immediate interrupt.
24 damage.
24 damage. As the Watchman stands up, reels back to attack Tilraxos, and Verdolith, as quick as she is, cheating and hacking through reality, basically just leaps across the bridge to pounce and claw the human down. Probably sails his body flying down the damage.
He was moving to do something that these guys do, which is sort of use his small shield to push and knock the enemy back, trying to push Tyraxos sort of over the edge.
Mm-hmm. Now this guy can go off the edge. Goodbye.
Flat. All right. Yeah. So that's.
I just imagine Tyraxos just blink and be like, "What? This is the second
I
time
did
this
it
happened."
again. This is bullshit.
I think this archer is going to leave.
There you go, Archer. Smart
All
move.
things considered, could be a bother, but has chosen that being at not many hit points and having a chance to leave might actually be the better choice in this case.
He
You only
actually
live
is
once.
better. He'll become a hero later.
He's far away from the big boss guy. Big boss guy's not paying attention to him. Can disappear.
You'll never notice.
Yeah. This orc, though, it's got a dragon in his face now.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna just shift back here.
It's not marked, so I'm not going to do my bullshit teleport. Lol.
Well, it's lucky for him. We'll shoot the longbow at Verdolith.
That does not hit. Deflects off the rock circling around her.
Hagdor is currently slowed and prone.
Yes.
Bad place to be for him. He's also kind of mad that you've not taken away from his pile of rocks, so he will stand up. And let's see here. No, I think given that Tyraxos is so close, he's just going to grab his great club off his back, pull it out of his harness, massive tree trunk basically. He's going to try to hit Tyraxos with it.
That's a miss.
Oh. Oh, all right. Sure. Then I believe he should actually have rolled a recharge. So let's just do that now. Okay, he recharged.
These giants are great at recharging.
Mm-hmm.
He gets ready to throw Tyraxos, kick him down.
Oh, is that so, huh?
A save for his slow as well, Manaki.
What?
A save to not be slowed.
Yes, though let's say that. Yeah. Nope.
Yay!
Oh, his ongoing damage. I forgot his ongoing damage.
Yes.
Just get
Hey,
that
don't
and
go.
save.
Yes.
Good. This orc. There's a dragon that came close. Dragon's gonna get shot. Actually, two of you are pretty close there, but not close enough. Verdolith, longbow.
Even with my second wind, that will hit.
Alright. We'll step back.
I'll
human,
get pushed, I presume.
Yes. One
Okay.
backwards. This human will shift over here. Orcs here, looking at the current situation. What are you gonna do, right? move over here and try to throw a hand axe at Torax instead.
That's a miss.
Alright. This orc here. Gonna try the same thing, but with Torax having cover.
That's a miss.
Right. Seems like their luck has run out. This will be a shot from Orc 6 here against Verdolith.
Nope, that won't do it.
I want to push it back. More restricts.
Okay. Let's move it first of all. For kind of 6. Right. Standard action. I'm going to cast a betrayal on Halldamir. Actually, no. One of the orcs. Maybe. Yeah. Let's go for Orc Raider 1 over there. Let's power this up a bit. 21 versus Will.
Oh, yes.
Slide him there and attack Halldamir with a +3 to attack and damage. And the Raider is also dazed until the end of my next turn.
He tries, but he cannot get a hit in on the big giant.
Yep.
Flails. And he has a minus what, you say?
No, he's dazed until the
dazed.
end of my next turn.
Alright.
Then minor action. Halldamir is still slowed, so I can throw him again. But for the sake of brevity, I'm going to slide him back to where he is and just hit this orc with him. So basically slide him down and then back up again, and attack the orc with it. So let's see here.
Orc Raider 4 you're attacking with him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would like to knock him down. 7, sorry, miss.
Does not hit yet.
Orc Raider 2 takes half damage, but Halldamir is still prone.
He's really just being telekinetically like jostled,
Yeah, pretty
flailing
much.
the big club around, sort of swinging it.
Let's see here. Just to guarantee combat advantage. Oh no, I use my minor. Actually, that's it. Yeah, he's good.
Sound someone comes out door here.
Oh
Sound.
no. Oh, that's-
One javelin thrower yet lives in Gondor.
See what the ruckus is. Sort of, moves out in a fast step. You're squinting up, trying to survey the scene. Velgnath.
Alright, Velgnath is gonna go here. I can hit 4 people, it's probably worth it.
Is it time?
It is time for fire. As Velgnath will cast his Cage of Light, flooding the dam with fire.
So it's like the ogre comes out and just sees like a fucking flash grenade.
Pretty much. Start at the top, that is Orc
Yep.
Archer 6,
Yes.
and 7,
Yep.
and Halldamir, and
Yep.
Orc Raider 1.
Yes, that's an altogether yes.
4, almost minimum damage, 9 damage.
Alright.
That's a bit sad.
Well, it's still 36 total.
That's could have been more.
The same one taking all of it, that's fair.
Orc Archer 7's like, I'm not taking that
Taking.
shit.
And the fire will linger.
That crazy
Linger?
zone of movement.
Yeah, it creates a zone, and if anyone attacks any of us in the zone, they grant combat advantage save ends, and moving out of it is difficult.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much difficult for these archers already. And on the best position, all things considered. Halldamir is bloodied as his hair, his unwashed clothes begin to light on fire, burning.
And on top of that,
Seems to be his gloves just shine. Even now.
on top of that, we need more fire.
All right.
Fire breath on these two.
Sure.
So top one and bottom one. 7 damage.
And
No gloves.
And that's a good point. I should have. Can I still do that, Manaki?
Sheep.
What? Do what?
Well, I wanted to use the burning gauntlets because that's one of the few attacks
Go
where it
ahead.
actually works.
You have burning gauntlets. Use burning gauntlets.
Actually, no, I won't use them.
Okay, sure.
Never mind. I have 2 attacks.
Well, then you're not allowed to use them.
Okay,
Trust me.
You good?
it's
Yes.
fine. At least I reminded you. That's all.
We'll go over here.
I generally use them with my daily if I have it available.
A grunting sound. To just go over here and grab like a rock. Then look here. Tell Raxos and throw a rock at him. Raxos has cover though.
Let's see. I can't actually remember if I have a defense thing running or not from last
It's not
week.
on your label.
No, I
No,
usually
you
don't
don't-
put
you
it on
don't
my
have
label because I'm too lazy.
Well,
But
you
that's a
then
hit
probably
then.
don't.
10 damage then.
Alright.
Sort of he's like a rock flies close by him, like knocking his probably his like front leg or something.
He grants combat advantage save ends.
Wonderful.
Alright.
I
The
should
one
probably
down
roll
here.
a save for it then.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
Ogre 3.
Forgot to do that immediately.
It sticks for the first time this game. It sticks.
Here. Seeing the superior ogre and deferring to him, grunting something in giant. Goodless.
Let's see here. These like bridges between like the various chunks of the dam, are they made out of wood or are they made out of stone?
It's big stone slabs that basically looks like they've been taken from other bits of the dam and then like placed there.
Alright, I'm probably not destroying that then.
You can just push it off. If it's just put on top
You
there.
push it off with a hill giant standing on top of
The
it? No,
giant
that
would
sounds like
certainly
too
make
much
it more
effort.
difficult to push off, but the ones that don't have anyone on it, she could like do a strength check
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, that's not something Vertilith is here for.
But
That
no, wood
sounds
would
like-
probably break under the giants.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go ahead here and Factor's pretty bad off and he's prone. I think I'm willing to let the archers go here for now. No, because then all the other bastards will come through. I think a move action is going to take me here. A minor action is going to... I could mark. I think I'll save my breath, yeah. A minor action is going to mark Orc Archer 7. And then a standard action is going to use a Twisted Eye attack against Orc Archer 7. 23 versus armor class.
Yes,
Minimum damage, 10 untyped damage on Orc Archer 7.
bloodied. The archers
For-
are still on fire.
And Vertilith is a free action. Consider surrendering, you two. She ends her turn.
The orcs certainly fight with ferocity, if not skill. This guy, he's pretty cramped up there. He's okay with staying down here for now. Being available for if anyone's knocked down. Two guys come out here, having run all the way. We'll look that everything's happening far away from them. And we'll, like, up here. Double moving to run towards the bridge to see what's going on.
So
Raxos.
here's the thing, guys. I could attempt to push him off. To fall down.
That would be funny.
I mean, I could have done that on any one of my turrets, but that save is really hard to beat. It's 50-50, really.
As a matter of fact, strength moves the world, Jonas.
It's true.
I think this hill giant, I think you pushing him down and shoving him down and
Yeah.
standing taller than him is
Yeah.
something Tilraxis really wants. He's sick of being not broke.
That is goddamn right. It is.
There's a compulsion for you.
I'll take it. So here's the question, then, Manaki. If I shift here and push, can I push him like to the right? He's like
You can
moved
push as
further
long
away.
as every square pushed is further away from you than the last. I
Yes.
believe that's the
So
rule.
yeah,
Alright. Tyraxis will shift here And he will pop his other daily, the Frenzying Smite. Because if I hit that, it allows me to push whatever I hit up to 2 squares. So I will attempt this. I have combat advantage. Let's see if I can do it. Oh yeah! 23 versus AC.
It's a hit.
Alright, 39 damage. And he's pushed 2 squares. And I wish to push him off the dam.
He is
Right.
grounded. Remember, he has a steady footing.
Alright.
He slid 1, which is still mostly off the dam. So let's have a save.
He fails.
No, because he tumbles off.
Alright.
Then he has a natural fly speed.
Spreads his wings.
Oh!
Second fucking stage of the boss fight.
Oh my god.
No, he falls. And we are quite a few squares up. 8.
8 squares. Yep. 40
His
feet.
acrobatics is not great. It's not something he does. Getting shoved off his own wall is not what he anticipated. So it'll take the full damage, which is 48, or 40-10.
40-10.
40-10.
Could you roll for me? You
Yeah.
go ahead, it's your damage.
Sure. Does it take extra damage because he's so heavy?
That's a dangerous precedent for Verlith.
33 extra damage.
Goodness.
That's a lot.
That's a spicy number.
Uh-huh.
As he like grabs and scratches along the side of the wall the whole way down, just like leaving a little roar and bloody like finger marks upon the side of the wall here, falling down and crashing into the ground with a thud and a bone-breaking just croak as he lies there, barely able to move at this point.
This
Leaving
total
it.
Raxos
Tyraxos,
standing on top of his
yeah.
damn shout anything.
Yeah, Tyraxos like roars down in Draconic. Just basically just a scream of anger, death, and defiance for this wall. He has been toppled. He has been downed. Tyraxos is the mightiest, and he will roar to shake the dam to its foundations.
So far away from his rocks at this point.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe this display will intimidate someone to run away. Tyraxos doesn't know, but
we'll
one can
intimidate you.
hope. Oh, sure.
I don't know about the mightiest, but good job.
Here we go again with this shit.
Who said that?
Not me.
You all got to run away.
It was Veristrix.
I could do better.
Alright. 28 on the intimidate.
It's pretty good.
It's just
Yeah. Look at you. You've thrown a giant down.
yes.
You're still making sound down there. That makes them a little like apprehensive. It doesn't sound nice. The roars of pain.
And just sparks fly out of his mouth when he roars. Darkness swirls around him as he will activate Shroud of Shadow, his last defensive thing he has, I believe. To get some temp and a little bit of extra defense as the shadows leap up to defend him.
Yeah. This orc archer, still fighting for his life, will just. He's not going to need the bow anymore. Swing the axe.
That will not hit through the rock cover she has swirling around her.
Striking a rock and shifting backwards.
As she shifts, it ends up dooming Orc Archer 8 as Vertiliff teleports.
Yeah. Ah. It's a curse. Looking down behind into a brazier 8 squares down is not a nice sight. Hector roaring. Stand up. And has a very slow speed currently. Can see Velignith there, kind of. Could go for that. Yeah. He's just angry right now. He's a rock though. He'll move his speed over here. He's below the bridge. Save against slow. No, he's still slow.
MC
Awesome.
Ashen Dam.
Keep just ping-ponging him between the the walls here. Dong, dong, dong,
Step
dong, dong.
back and shoot Valagnith.
Well, he misses and grants Colin advantage to save limits. Also, can't you just drag him into one of the braziers?
Yeah,
Just
Someone
dump
left
him in
fire
the
they
river.
might be able to.
but if it's hazardous terrain, then he
If
needs to
you
make a
wanna-
save.
Step over here to guard the archer. That seems like a valiant way to participate. Orc is dazed. Saves against the dazed, though.
It's not save ends. It's until the end of my turn.
Or... Okay.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't make a difference at this point, but sure.
It does because I'll still have it when I go.
Oh. Yeah, if you target him, I suppose that makes... That is true.
I will be.
Just one. Charge across the bridge.
Theater of the
This
mind,
is-
everyone. The hill giant is
Safe place to
beneath
be.
the bridge.
Swing the great axe. Kill the dragon.
Don't kill the dragon. Miss.
The shield!
The shield!
A marvel of draconic engineering.
Orc doesn't have a position to really step back from. Shift over here though, and swing the axe against it.
Just hits through the rocks. 10 damage for me. And I am bloodied.
I'm thoroughly afraid. Or strikes.
All right. Let's see here. I need to see him to actually be able to throw him. So let's do this. All right. Minor action. Let's see here. He moves one less, right? To any force movement.
Yes.
Okay. Well, basically throw him up to this orc here.
That's 6.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, leave him there, and we'll do the attack.
Dump him in the fire. See if you can.
13. Probably not
No,
gonna hit the
it
orc.
just doesn't hit.
Half on
Almost.
the orc, and Hector is prone anyway.
He's prone.
This is the longest we've seen this living missile attack at work in one fight.
Now why don't you roll me a d6 for this fire? As it
Sure.
falls back.
6.
His matty, oily, mangy hair catches fire,
Yes.
and he burns to death.
Grilled.
As I suppose you smash him into the orc. The orc like 6 steps back. He was ready for something coming down, but he's not in for this. As she then like can probably see like the giant like thrown in towards the orc. When it fails, he's just like thrown up, smacks against like the side of the dam,
Yeah.
and then just crumbles down into the brazier, sort of covering it entirely, like letting out some gushing, moaning sounds and a sizzling as a lot of blood sort of wells out from his broken ribs into the hot coals, letting out like a bloody mist of steam.
That's beautiful.
The last giant brothers dies.
Alright, that was my minor action. Let's see. Those archers are adjacent to each other. I can do something about that, actually. Alright, he's gonna use his new power. Gonna reach out and basically, like a shimmering hand of force attaches to both archers and attempts to immobilize them. So he needs
Right.
to use 2 power points for this. 14 and 24 versus fortitude.
14 hits.
Okay.
Oh, not 14. 24 hits.
Alright. 16 then force damage, and they are immobilized.
Alright, well, the 16 will kill the one that it is attacking.
Alright. Well, that's good.
And the one who's not hit is...
Nothing happens, I think.
Yeah.
What is this?
What am I doing?
Force grasp, yeah.
Yeah, it's like just a hand of like psionic force, basically like just gripping them, like you like.
So basically,
Squeezing
just
the life
squished
out of them.
together. Like
Yeah.
one of them sort of manages to, like 6 here being the smart one, having stepped away from the edge. The other one sort of not having time, as the hand just like grabs only one person and then like crushes them. So I guess like the hand is invisible, right?
It
So I guess
says
you get
shimmering force, so I'm assuming it's visible.
Yeah, sure, there's a light.
Yeah.
As then, like you get that like squishing something soft thing happening, with bits of orc like squeezed between the fingers like clay.
Oof.
Yeah.
It's a very, very effective scare tactic, I would think.
There's a free action Vertolith. Looks at Orc Archer, says 6. Says, that could have been you.
Orc Archer surrenders.
Fair sixes.
Don't surrender. I wanted to push him off.
You still can.
No.
There are other
Those
orcs to push off.
Those archers are useful. Don't kill them all.
Those Orc Raiders have shown that they will fight anything, anytime, anywhere, so...
Orc Raiders seem pretty mindless about this whole thing. This guy goes over here, yells at the ogre behind him, yells at the other ones, looks up to Tilraxos and Varistrix, looks to the giant. It's like a spit on the ground towards the giant, and remains here for now. Medelgnith.
I could take a risk.
I don't like risks.
Also, this one no longer days. So
Yeah,
fair
that one
use.
no longer days. Yeah. Thanks.
I really want to, though.
Your charges
You
have
know what?
led to a lot of
You,
dead
you,
situations for you.
You only live once. Velignev is gonna move here.
Attack of opportunity?
Yep. No, okay. And then he's gonna bull rush the Orc Raider 4.
Alright.
Bull rush is a basically the equivalent to a melee basic attack, except I don't get the bonus for my weapon. So this is at a -3 versus fortitude. 15 versus fortitude.
Yes, just.
All right, he gets pushed back 1 square.
Let's take a save.
He failed.
Oh,
Great.
Okay, roll me 40-10.
19.
And you shift into the vacated space.
And he is prone.
Yes, I have to shift into the vacant space. There we go. Wasn't more effective than a normal attack, but it was more funny.
Right. I love the idea of Valignif, like, seeing what Tilraxos did, and he's like, I could do better. Fucking
Yeah,
I didn't
like,
though.
like a sidelong, subtle glance. I can do that too.
Tyraxos, it's just poo-pooing that. He flew like a goddamn freight train into this giant and pushed him off.
No. Giant and Orc, 2 different things.
There is a Tyraxos-shaped hole in that giant.
Dreams. Moving over here and doing Grand Slam upon Balagneth.
Oh no! Aha!
No,
Oh.
that is a miss. I take half damage. He grants combat advantage.
And you fall prone. He also does already. Well, maybe not. Oh, he no longer does it. Just, well, wait. He already had that.
He already had that.
Okay, now he doesn't.
So he doesn't.
Where's Prone? There's Prone, and I take 10 damage. Oh, you're gonna be next. I have to push you twice, but I will.
This one down here looks to the master and then looks up and he seems like he looks at the Hun master and doesn't seem to like him very much at this moment.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
Start fighting.
Pick up a rock. Rudolith.
Vertolith looks at Orc Archer 6, acknowledges the truth of the matter. Good. Glad we've reached an understanding. 1, 2... Move through my allied square. Hi, how's it going? Greetings and salutations to you all. I will use my minor action as a poison breath.
Alright, orc and then ogre.
Yep, Orc and then Ogre.
That's a miss. That is also
More of a
I'm blaming this damn zone of fire. That's like
it's hard to
she's like-
see.
she has
Burns
to
up
squint
the
through
poison.
it. Yeah, burns up the poison. She frowns. Another reason to hold a grudge against Valignus. Useless
One more
bastard.
for the list.
And as for the standard attack, let's go ahead and use a... I hate these Orc Raiders more than I hate the Ogres. I'm going to use a Twisted Eye attack against Orc Raider. 19 versus armor class.
Yes.
11 points of damage on the Orc Raider.
Bloodied.
I know what that means when it's bloody.
Yeah, getting ready to rage. Flip out.
It's the end of my turn.
Alright. 2 here. The Huntmaster says something scornful and moves over here. which makes the Huntmaster not appreciate that and try to club him as he goes. Negative in the back of the head for that comment. The orc will scramble up here.
What an idiot.
This guy sees it and looks up. He wants to go fight too, but he doesn't really... doesn't want to go... He's going to try to go here and try to see if he can... No, he scrambles to climb up. The Huntmaster seems just amused at the bypasses. These two humans looking over, they go this way. They're close now. They don't need this in their life. It doesn't look like their side is winning.
Yeah. Tyraxus will, you know, still triumphant over the death of Hacktor and his amazing feats of strength. He will roar to the others something along the lines of, "Your leader has fallen. You will all die here if you do not immediately surrender and throw yourself before us. You might even live." Do it! Bow down, you fools, or you will all die. Die! As he moves here and then charges. Into the battle, fighting next to Verdlith. His good friend and companion.
That's right, us two. Side by side since the beginning.
He will charge the Orc Raider 1 because fuck this guy in his rage.
Seems like the orcs
flip out and
cranky
everything.
in that regard.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Screaming and roaring, feeling like gods as they bleed.
I will heal.
God's hand.
Strength, my anger.
Better than kings. Gods.
Yes.
Raider knows that he is peaking. This is what anyone could ever hope for.
Yes, well,
He was right in some
just
Crunch.
yeah, just charges, claws, you know, whipping out.
Body just goes sailing.
in a scything fashion, and just basically Tyraxus slams into him while his claws clamp down on his arms. So the body and torso comes flying, and he just keeps holding the arms and just tosses them over the ledge, roaring even more defiantly. Yes. I think that is it.
Oh my god.
Archer shoots at Velik. Actually, this is a perfect time. We're just waiting for just this chance to come. I need a different color than red, don't I? This works. There. Woo! The clustered volley. Shooting a bunch of inaccurate arrows in an area. This will be Valignith, Tyraxus, Verdlith.
All of my allies do have cover from being adjacent to me, but I still think that 27 hits Valignith.
Valignith is also prone, though.
That's true. You have
Nice
additional
for
2.
the ranged attacks. So
Alright.
Miss
So
all
with-
around, I think.
Whiff,
two.
whiff.
Yeah, two.
The Ogre Judge thought she really had something here.
No.
Oh,
Should,
kill them clustered up and everything.
Should have.
I like the
Switch
idea.
He should have switched from the rubber arrows, you know.
Yeah. You know, they ran out of the good ones.
Yeah, no, it's.
Like
The
the
human,
rocks, and the fire zone, light and everything, just
Don't do this.
Oh, hello.
He just does the
Really?
same tactic. There's treasure.
He's the bravest idiot I've ever seen.
You know, brave or dumb, uneducated, who knows?
Do you know what happened to your friend Bob?
He knows is that he can get you down from this place.
I mean,
Can try.
He won't try though. He'll instead use the power that he might never get the chance to do it again. So against the Rexos, trying to just cut him.
do you see what happened to your friend Orc Raider 1 just now? There is literally a blood trail
His orc
that is 10 squares or something behind you here.
grunts and screams, stands up and like moves over here. The pile.
2 adjacent
Oh, sure.
orcs.
Oh
Just
my
gonna
god.
Oh,
moves this way. Has had it. Surrendered. Gonna just not deal with this. Out of
carry
this.
dodge. Smart.
First,
It would have cost more squares to move out of the fires.
That's true.
Yeah, two more squares.
Okay, 2 more.
Did any of them seemingly close to surrendering after like?
I mean, this orc is certainly surrendering. So
Yeah,
no.
he certainly is.
Done. These guys down here this guy seemed to listen to this guy. He seems to not really think the orcs as much, though, and doesn't seem to really be trying to keep them out of the battle. More sort of enjoying the amusement of them sort of throwing themselves in.
Alright, well, I see 2 orcs together, so I'm going to AoE them down there. So,
Makes sense.
let's blast their minds apart, shall we? Or attempt to, at least. 22 and 17.
Yeah, those are both hits.
8 damage each. Psychic. -2, which probably won't apply. But yeah, you'll move away from the edge. That's a good idea.
You've seen enough javelin hijinks, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy here, sort of smacks his chest with one hit, like a thump sound of muscle. As he will then chuck a javelin at the orc 3 here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, what? He's
Nice.
attacking orcs?
Yeah.
Does
He
my-
sees where the story is going. Like he gets it.
No, looking up at you for the acknowledgement as
Uh-huh.
he says something to the other ogre. Seems to also switch sides.
Excellent.
Very good.
All right, sure. Fair enough.
Of course,
Well,
if dragons notice these things,
I mean, Tyraxus is certainly on the look. He has told these people to throw themselves, before him. So I would
Torax
think
is always on the lookout for like more opportunity, more talent. Like,
Yes.
yes, look at you doing the right thing.
we are a small organization, but we are expanding aggressively, and
Opportunities for advancement.
yeah, great opportunities.
Benefits asterisk.
Mhm.
fair enough. We'll stand up, and he'll enjoy the moment.
You got to fly charge that orc archer for?
I could do that, couldn't I?
You could.
No, I can't fly 4 squares.
I mean, like, charging is a standard action, remember that. So you move there, and then you charge.
I spent my move on standing up.
Shit, that's right, dummy.
Nah, I'm just gonna stay here.
all right. This ogre
Could use a second wind if you haven't.
try
I have
to
already.
strike Verdolith. The club.
Oh yeah, that gets me through the rocks. Thump.
You do have resist all 2 from Valimus, though.
Alright, I'll take 7 damage from that. Woo!
We will try to get some distance here since he has the reach. This one, however, will
Here we go.
Here we go.
go here and hit
Because
this
he's huge, you see.
Ah.
orc. Not hitting.
Does he count as an ally for me?
But is he? You can't see him though.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, that's true. Never mind then.
Verdolith.
Hey, hi, how's it going? So, Valagnif there just took his standard action and gave it to charity, and that's not very fun. So, I think what Verdolith is going to do here is, that means that Valagnif just has a perfect angle on this. I think I'm going to fly here as a move action.
Alright, provoking from the human guy.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Swing his short sword.
We'll deflect off the rocks, only just.
You hope to mark.
It was a nice try. I think then she'll fly here as a standard because she's not in position to charge. Doesn't really feel like charging. And as a minor action, she will mark the orc archer. It's the end of my turn.
Sure, the archer feels very special.
Orc screams. Yours over here.
Wrangles up the difficult terrain. This is it. This is my moment.
He will make a basic attack,
No.
and he will. He tries to gain the bloodied rage. Misses. So Raxus.
Tyraxus looks at Ogre 3. Is this Ogre also backing off? In a sort of...
No, he seems to be wanting to fight you.
He wants to fight. Oh, fucking great. Alright,
They don't seem to
Draxus-
be incredibly bright. The guy down here seems to have an argument with this guy.
Draxus looks at the human watchman and he's like, "Really? You sacrifice your life to fight alongside an ogre, an orc, and this bloody heap," as he attacks the orc raider in an attempt to kill him. The Vengeance Strike, I have 2 creatures next to me, which means I do more damage. Like so. I do not have combat advantage at the moment, unfortunately.
You're the only one around him, though. Does that not give you?
No, he can't have an ally
Oh, okay. I see.
right next to him either. Unfortunately.
I see.
I think at least that's how it was. I don't have the program open. I won't check. I just won't use it for now because I'm not sure. It's a feat I have, Cunning Stalker. Never mind. 15 AC on the Raider too.
No,
Wow.
it misses.
I don't
Well-
think reflex will hit either, so I'm not gonna do my thing. Honestly, with that. So.
It's unfortunate. It's also a bad damage roll, so it's not too bad. Well,
Even Watchman's like,
I
yeah,
will,
yeah, I
um,
do
He
think
killed
so.
the ogre. He feels like he should be done.
Oh, really? Lightning breath then? Fuck it.
All right.
Just fuck this human and his shit. Lightning breath on these 3 creatures in
Or
front of me.
human ogre.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dragon breath. Ah.
Eventually.
30
Oh,
reflex.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's 10 damage on orc. On the human.
Yes.
28, and on the ogre, 16 reflex.
Nice. 10 and 10.
Alright. That's it.
Orc here will provoke the attack of opportunity, trying to shoot.
Okay. 29 versus armor class.
That hits.
Okay, 7 points of damage. Yeah, that does hit through the swirl of rocks.
Bring the bow up. Shooting, pushing 1 square back.
No! Don't shove me, son of a bitch! I have to fly. Damn you!
And then we'll move speed down this way.
Damn you!
Right.
You haven't seen the last of me.
We'll do a. He doesn't want to mark Talaxus. He'll try to use his Tide of Iron. And, no. And then he'll-
No, that is not tiding very much.
Shifting is not a possibility
Yeah,
so
that's
much
right.
with the zone.
Oh, he has to provoke to move away. He'll do that though.
Alright.
Doesn't that mean the ogre could have either? Because you can't shift to, yeah.
True.
It does, but the ogre hacked through reality.
Ah, yeah, cool.
He's there now.
Alright, sure. I will do it.
Tag of opportunity as the human runs away from you, like, no! Don't get my...
28 versus AC for 13
Yep.
damage.
Oh, he's bloodied. Move his speed down here. Seeing like a broken orc.
Well, he moves 2 less than the speed.
Oh yeah. Well. He fights his way through the fire. This orc will go here and swing at the ogre. Healing on the swing. He's enraged, unbloodying himself, and coming to his senses a bit. But it seems like for him, it might be too late. I'm just fine with just like fucking getting out of here. And given the lead, we'll just have a run.
Bearstrix will just move here in second wind, I think. Yep.
If you delayed... Oh, actually, no, never mind.
Do it.
Second wind.
Invigorated by the power of flinging a giant around to its death.
Yeah. Who's after me? Okay. He'll use his minor action to distract the ogre 3 to get combat advantage on the next attack that hits it.
Alright.
Also, Manaki, really quickly, this guy should have a ground combat advantage save ends.
Right, let's see.
Human. No? Okay.
This guy throws a javelin at the orc. Yes, and then he charges a pre-action.
What? Wait, what? Damn. Okay.
It's the same thing we see those ogre hunters do.
Yeah, the foreman did something similar as well. We all said we need to go to foreman school.
Yeah.
Breaking the orc and like throwing him.
Glad he's with us, I guess. You know.
You know, he's not low log, but he's probably more loyal.
Valinus will move here, and smack the ogre across the head with his shield, with his enchanted shield.
You have combat advantage.
With the word of befuddlement. Wait, which one do I need? I haven't used this attack before.
You
First
don't
one,
need a word would befuddle this ogre, I think.
21 versus Will as he gets smacked around with both a shield and magic. The next time any of my allies hits the target makes a melee basic attack as free action against an enemy of my choice.
Okay.
Nice.
And that'll be my turn.
Right back at ya.
Right back at you.
Mac. Bring it down.
I have... he grounds combat advantage save ends.
Yes, he does. These guys are out of the combat. They are, hardly.
Motherfucker. I haven't used this encounter. We're gonna have a conversation with you. As a move action, psionic ambush. I forge a mental link with my enemy and travel through a fold in space, appearing suddenly next to that enemy.
Oh,
Hi.
God.
How's it going, fucker?
Gonna just run away. Thought it would be okay.
The target grants combat advantage to you until the end of your turn. As a standard action, I will perform a Twisted Eye attack. 29 versus armor class for 19 untyped damage.
Yes, that definitely
Yep.
bloody the orc.
And then she'll say, as a minor action, really, throw down your bow. It's for the best. And in her turn.
Sucker knows he's got this. Swings it to Rexos. Oh, the damage he can inflict. His power is immense.
Yes, I'll say.
He hits, he heals. Oh.
Go for the ogre, Jonas.
Alright. Tyrannosaurus will shift back, and then it will charge the ogre.
So the ogre, did he save against the combat advantage?
Yes.
Yes, he did. But you still have a +1 from Valinus Oral.
Alright, I'll take it.
He
And
was
I
also
have plus.
distracted. Oh,
Also plus from
he was
charge.
oh wait, no.
Oh yeah! 27 versus AC.
That hits.
36 damage from the charge. I will
And the
also
ogre makes
use-
a melee. Go ahead.
I will also use the last of my dread smite on him for additional 8 and 8 ongoing, and then the befuddlement happens. I assume.
Yeah. The ogre is confused and mad, so he has to do a melee basic attack against, you know what? This guy. He's running away.
Take out the raider. It's more dangerous.
Alright, fine. The raider.
Alright. With points, and he
Thump.
comes down and crushes the raider. Breaking him.
Very good.
The ogre's like, what does the word mean? I don't get it.
So bad.
Bediddlement.
Bedoodlement. T-Rex.
Sounds like a small word. He doesn't have it. He's very insulted. Yeah, orc drops the bow. Shifts over here. Actually, it's
Vertical.
over here. Tried to get away from the edge.
Yeah, that's fine. She'll blurred step to be like,
Basically, it's like drops the bow and like kicks it off.
Okay. She's looking not to attack, but if the orc archer goes for that axe, she'll do something.
Orc archer's wary. Not this guy. Just screams, "Oh!"
Dragons!
Runs this way like fast as he can get. Abandoning this ship.
Tina has strong opinions in background.
Yeah.
Well, smack the ogre with some force hands. That's probably not going to hit. 15 versus fortitude.
No.
Alright.
Oh, also, Tyraxos, because Valinov is bloodied, take 2 fire damage.
That's right.
T-Rex will look over to Valignath. Be like, what
He's more on fire than
fuck?
usual.
Remember Lolog the Butcher's aura?
T-Rexus gets a
she-
grimace on his face. He will remember.
Very
Don't
forgetful
tell
dragon.
Anything else, Verstrix?
Mm,
Have you not spent a single healing surge, Jules?
He has, he just hasn't marked it on his token.
Yes, I believe I have spent 2.
that's it, yeah, man, okay.
Valinov, no, ever polite as he is, will shift here. As he is on fire, and then he will smack this ogre with... Let's go for the anvil, because he's gonna get punched again if he doesn't kill him. My phone, hello?
Hi.
That's the sound the anvil makes.
Dong.
Alright, smack him with the anvil. I don't have combat advantage. And I rolled a 1, so that's not gonna do anything.
No.
Right.
The problem here, Sheep, is that you're trying to swing an anvil. It's very heavy.
Listen,
Yes.
you don't understand.
You're right, he doesn't understand.
Until Raxos gets the club. Oh, he doesn't.
Also, the ogre takes 2 fire damage. Oh, he did, okay.
And 8.
And 8, yeah.
Then you say... Okay, well,
No.
Rory doesn't like the fire damage.
The grip of winter is strong. Oh,
Vertilith.
it's backing away. I like that.
Vertilith, like, looks at the orc archer, for like a minor action, like, a free action to, like, pat it on the shoulder, then, like, some move action goes over here.
Ogre turns to run,
Mm-hmm.
seeing other people doing similar things.
Standard action, will attack Ogre 3 with a Twisted Eye attack. 19 versus armor class,
Yes.
14 untyped damage, and then it is marked.
He's marked. Turns
Yep.
around.
The orc is no longer marked. It's the end of my turn.
Tyraxus backs one up, and then...
I've set it up! Finish this!
Charge! Comes barreling down towards the ogre. Now I have combat advantage.
You sure do.
Yeah.
What if I position myself here right at this corner for you to have combat?
I see. That is the connection
That's
that
right, the
Tyraxus
connection,
Bernard
yeah.
has. Sort of like the treacherous Valignath that burns Tyraxus when he stands next to him.
Only sometimes.
I've never burned you.
22 versus AC, it's true.
And
Tyraxus
nothing
will go
happens.
ahead, not kill this ogre, but subdue him. Because, you know, we're looking for people in our organization. And our friend the Hunt Master, I am sure, can control this thing. He will just charge in and, you know, rip into the stomach of the ogre so he doubles down, and then just headbutt him with his horn, you know, like smack! Like the sound of a gong, and then the ogre will just fall over like a sack of potatoes.
Orc doesn't see it. Fails. Cool orcs don't look at dragons. And for a moment, there's quiet. Only the sound of the ogre like thumping down, bleeding there. Needing immediate attention to be saved. Just a moment of peace.
The dab is ours. Ah!
Cracking. The sort of smell of burnt meat coming from below.
Mm.
Ooh,
Blood
snack.
poured everywhere.
It's like speaking for my character, and to take her out of any interaction for a bit. She's gonna lazily fly after the orcs, arc archers who are running, so that they can see her, like, as if like she might chase and devour them, but she's not actually going to.
Tyraxus will move over here, looking down at the Huntmaster and Hugo. And then he'll do like he'll sit down and then do like a claw motion for him to come closer.
Hugo does like a confused pointing at himself. Then
No, this is.
Huntmaster steps in.
Oh my god.
Like, for me, sort of looks up.
Tyraxus will speak down to him and say, "I take it then that you perhaps understand a common tongue?" Sort of quirking his head towards the...
Frown slightly, as someone clearly speaking a second language.
Yeah, Tyraxus is too. I mean,
A bit.
Tyraxus nods. "You have done a very wise decision here." He looks him up and down.
Not wise, not stupid.
Nods. "Same difference to me. So, tell me your name, creature."
Bukur.
"Well then, Bukur. We, as you might understand, are looking for effective and loyal subjects for our organization." Yes.
He nods, not getting all of that, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Need someone to keep damn nice.
Tyraxus nods. Yes.
Sweep, sort of gestures around. Remove corpses. Blood. Open doors.
Mm-hmm.
Hunt slaves.
Nods again. Yes. All of these things.
Bukur gets paid.
Tyraxus nods again. This is in line
Watches
with
over dam.
Indeed. We need a effective and dependable guard for the dam. It is the entrance to the valley, and it would do us nice to have someone here to watch over it for us. He looks him up and down. By virtue of your wise move, or not stupid move as you put it, I think you are in a good position to inherit that. We will discuss the details of your post at a later time. For now, he looks around. Yes, some cleaning up might be the best. Don't stray too far. We have our eyes on you, Bukur.
The ogre's eyes look at Tyraxus as he nods. Though Tyraxus can see that he probably gets like 10%, maybe like 15%. Of the whole idea. Tyraxus gets the idea that these ogres have an intelligence score of 4, so they're sort of at the limit of what you would consider like sentient,
right?
Self-recognizing thing. They would probably draw a weapon upon their own like mirror at first. As Bukur nods and says, "Well, guard dam for lizard," as he gestures.
Tyraxus, puts it. His ears sort of prick up a bit, and then
You go help. So gestures back.
And then he's like, "It's like getting mad at a donkey, for being." And then he gestures to the ogre behind him and says, "And take care of your minion over here. He's bleeding all over the dam."
It says, "Well, disposal."
Or, save whatever you feel is...
Grab him, drag him down. Sort of throw him in the water.
Oh, that water's gonna be foul.
They'll begin to clean up.
Alright. Speaking of cleaning, all these incredible weapons and treasures.
Yeah, just
Yeah, primarily the latter. Aleknev was promised gold.
Primarily
these guys have
the
particularly
sacred,
good quality weapons.
the sacred vault of the Serpentine Earl.
What is though is this Bukor sort of grabs Hector's pieces and sort of throws it in the water too.
No, I wanted to eat that.
No,
you
yeah,
stop him, he'll leave
we'll
it.
bring
But he just
Hector.
goes. I mean, they seem to know pretty much what happens when there's been a fight. Just throw it in the water. That's best.
No,
Yeah,
bring.
Velinov will shout at Bukor to leave that guy alone. Like he's in the perfect spot.
Just looks down. Sort of leaves it alone then.
Traxxas will swoop down and inspect Hector if there's any interesting treasures on
Sure.
him.
Most of Hector is burned, or crisped.
Yes.
But one thing that isn't is his hands.
Oh.
It seems that the gloves are resistant to just such ordinary fire.
Mm.
It's not proper. Magical gloves.
It's like reverse burning gauntlets.
Soothing
Just a wonder.
gauntlets.
Just magic items generally don't take from the door. Just any, situation. Yeah, they appear to be magical. Beyond that, Actor's main weapon of choice seem to be big rocks, which certainly do not need to be enchanted
No.
for him to hurt people with them.
They did certainly hurt. We'll take the... If that's all the riches he has, Traxxas will swoop up to Veristrix and put the gloves next to him. As he will take a short rest to spend some healing surges to get back to...
You can take a short rest. The people who ran, not gonna come back within 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Falcon.
Aleknev is not going to take a rest before he finds this treasury.
Sure, you can go inside. Inside is really pretty barren. The rooms are pretty big and might have been used for just maintenance. Some of them seem to be improvised, sort of have bits of rock sort of pulled out of it over time. The dam clearly wasn't made to be lived in, all things considered. That said, finding the actual treasure hole is pretty easy. It's just following the path. There really isn't many of them. The giants are pretty big. The dam altogether inside is not that huge. Most of it is just like wall. You find a big sort of not chair wouldn't be the right word, more like an indentation in the ground that's sort of slightly bowl formed with all sorts of furs and pelts and stuff, where it seems that the Serpentine might have been. And under it, almost like it's a big toilet or something, there's a hole, which seems to be the treasure hole, badly hidden under the furs and such. It probably means that the Serpentine Earl would sit on the treasure hole, meaning that no one could really get to it at most time.
I mean,
Bit of a rank smell in here, but
I can understand sitting on treasure. That makes sense.
Looking into the hole, sort of shining some light in, perhaps, glitter shines back. Quite a lot of it, actually.
Well, we do like glitter, and we love gold.
All that glitters is gold.
Yes.
There seems to be a lot of gold in there.
Yes.
Silver, and copper, and
Mhm.
little statuettes.
Yes.
And all sorts of shining things.
Yes.
Yes, do tell.
Yeah.
It's like the dragon starts salivating.
Yeah, Velinov is gonna.
There's enough treasure that it's not immediately easy to tell how much treasure there is
Oh,
in the treasure hole. It's not organized, it's just sort of put in there.
you're saying all the right
Velinov is
things.
gonna take a short rest on top of the treasure.
Yeah, on the top of the treasure hole.
Hopping down.
While still on fire. He's gonna scorch the treasure a bit. But,
There's enough
you know,
treasure that it sort of splashes a bit when he jumps into it.
Oh,
Scrooge McDuck vault right here.
Yeah, coins.
I mean, dragons got
They
to
have
have
a bucket with a rope on the side. That seems to be how they've been getting it up. Just like
how.
go down,
Jesus.
pull up.
I think that dragons, when it comes to treasure, all dragons have a burrow speed. You can burrow through treasure.
Oh, the treasure.
gold. After a short rest is taken, Traxxas will also try to seek out the treasure.
Yes, I think all of us hear the siren song of prizes.
Yes.
Yep. Gold.
The clinking of coin coming from.
The
Yeah.
draconic greed, yes.
You're like, wait, I should be.
Yeah,
I sense a disturbance.
Treasure sense tingling.
This is probably going to be our opportunity. I mentioned it several sessions back, but Jonas should stop being the treasure, taking care of everything for us. We're dragons. We should probably start looking after each thing individually, especially if heroes are going to be raiding our lairs.
Yes,
fine.
also important. Keep in mind who has the fake, like historical artifacts.
Oh yeah, I have
So
that on my
Rakdos
character.
and
One hero
Phylacteries.
party that will attempt to just steal those if possible.
I have the
their
staff
whole goal.
listed in my inventory.
I have the glass eye of Stupogma. I
Stupid.
don't know what that
Veliknith
is.
doesn't, like consider Veliknith doesn't need it as much because there's a kobold with his name on it, so
Yeah.
we know who's going to be coming for him.
I also have this.
I have the staff of Heretofacts.
I'm here to fax.
Yeah,
Here
that's
to
what
see
I've written
facts.
here. Here to facts. That's what it's. I've written down that it is priceless.
It is priceless.
There's
I
no
mean,
price
when
on
heroes
it.
select treasures, they will select it over anything.
Well, that's
Otherwise, they might grab an item of yours. But
that would be bad for them.
like they grab your hammer or something, run away with it, and then if you have this thing, they will just grab this instead.
Alright, well, I'm very happy I have this Heretofact staff then.
Because clearly, it's immense value.
If you want to split the pile that I have recorded, we can certainly do so.
Okay. Perhaps you want to add some more stuff to it, though.
Yes.
Yeah,
Probably
let-
should.
Please.
Let's see how big of a pile it is
Yeah.
first.
Yes, as all the dragons hop in the pile and begin to count and like miserly like push things up, and probably the discussion of how much what's the current or the dragons probably know, but like they want to watch over each other's coin counting and what.
There is 2 days of haggling back and forth in the treasure pile.
But this coin is, you can certainly see that there's been a lot of gold thrown in here, a lot of actual gold pieces too. Some of it is a strange gold shape, which is like a little, like it's a coin, but it has a square cut out in the middle of it. Your dragons, of course, coin lore is something you just have born with you. These would be Karatur or Far Eastern coinage, probably brought from traders or people from there. There's been quite a lot of them migrating over the years. Beyond that, there's a lot of just gold, copper, silver. Also just trinkets, shiny stones, beautiful seashells, pearls, marbles, a couple of like real nice gemstones. It doesn't seem like the ogres have really prized a lot of art or those sorts of things. Like it's mostly things that are shiny and pretty, even things that are shiny and pretty without too much real value. Probably from the kobolds and the like that have been gathered over the years. Yeah, most of it is Amish trade coin. In total, gathering up all the different types of valuables, there is 13,900 gold pieces.
Oh boy.
Gold! I love
Dig
gold.
through it. Beyond that, there is a couple of things that seem to not just be monetary in value, but might actually be useful even to dragons. As you touch them, they glimmer and have a strange aura and various such things.
An orb of dragon kind. Oh.
Wish they knew what that was, huh?
Good thing they didn't use that.
That would have been scary. Yes, so let's go through them one at a time. There is 2 sets of, there is a set of fine esoteric robes. There is a set of what seems to be bulky pieces of plate mail.
Yes.
There is a shiny orb, sort of black smoke inside. There is a belt with a clasp of a big bull on it.
Hmm.
There is what seems to have been the shoes of a halfling at some point. Probably didn't fit the ogres, but they are very pretty, inlaid with silver strings and, well, glimmering magically.
Ooh.
There is a set of rune in carved candles, and a pair of gloves with a sort of a staff and a snake coiled around the staff on them.
Oh.
Would you
What do you want to
like?
know? What is first? Also, you also have the ogres, or the giants' gloves.
Would you like a roll for these, or do you just want like?
I mean, yeah, we could, but if you fail, then you're gonna wait a day and then do it again. And I don't think that like right now you're not in a super pressed position for this, so I don't think there's.
Tell me about the shoes, the halfling-sized shoes.
Yes, perhaps that's the first thing that's like dug up from under the gold. It doesn't seem like any of these are incredibly recent acquisitions. I mean, who knows how much the giants have had in their hands and just not known the value of and thrown out or something.
But they've been here for years, and every caravan or refugee or whatever, they've just chucked it into the hole.
Yeah, if it looked pretty and shiny, I mean, these things all have like different types of silver and stuff on them. Giants might have recognized, or maybe one of the giants was the smarter one and sort of did the inventory.
Quartermaster.
Yes, these are things that might have been useful for anyone who just were on this wall. These slippers or shoes are the tumbler's shoes. You can take 10 on acrobatics and athletics checks, even if you'd normally be distracted and able to do so.
Huh. Interesting.
Stop someone from falling.
All right, I asked for one item. Who's next?
Give me the orb.
Give it
I want an orb.
I do.
All right, you want the orb. This is, as Vaglith touches it, feels its power. An orb of augmented stasis.
Okay.
It is an enhancement bonus plus 3 item. As a daily power, free action, you can use the power when you immobilize a target. As long as the target is immobilized, it is also dazed.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Okay. I like that. Very good. +3. Wow.
You next, Jonas, while Sheep is breaking his window.
Let's see here.
Unbroken, it's fine.
Tell me about the plate. Yes.
The plate. The plate. Yeah, this is a just a really heavy armor. It's a verve armor. As a no action, when you fail a saving throw, you can instead have rolled a 20.
Oh,
Sounds very handy.
that does sound very handy, and I do use plates, so.
+2 enhancement.
You're like, I went unconscious? No, not today.
And +2 to death saving throw, so that's nice. Tyraxes will not fall easily with that thing on. Okay.
You next, Sheep.
What about the belt?
The belt. You want the belt, or at least look at it. Yeah, it is a backbone belt. When you use your second wind, you have a +4 instead of +2 bonus to all defenses.
Ooh, not bad.
The belt.
All right. What about these candles?
The candles. It
Yes,
appears to
candles.
be a ritual candle.
Cause kobolds would have candles.
As a standard action, you can light the candle at the beginning of ritual and gain +2 power bonus to any checks made part of the ritual. It never burns down as well.
Oh shit!
A burning candle.
Cool. Yeah.
And last, I think the rogues.
It's not just the roads, but there's also the gloves with the snake staff, and also the gloves that were pulled off of Hagdor.
Oh, okay, missed it.
I like a robe. What's the robe do?
All right. The robe appears to be enhanced cloth repulsion armor.
Ooh.
It's a +3 item as a minor action. When an enemy moves into an adjacent square, you can push them 1 square as an immediate reaction.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
This
very
power
good.
lasts until the end of the encounter. It's a daily ability, so you can gain that that power for an encounter.
Okay.
Once per encounter, be a mag.
No, opposite.
Opposite.
Well, magnets do
Opposite
both. Magnets don't only attract.
But I don't want to do both. I want to do one
I'm
thing.
attracted to magnets.
Be half a magnet.
Face the same way all the time.
Yeah, those are there.
Cool. Yeah, gloves.
Got gloves and gloves. Which gloves do you want first?
The ones from Hagdor.
All right. These might not be the most useful to dragons. They are sure shud gloves. Ranged attacks ignore cover.
Ooh.
That does sound like a boon to reward upon a minion. at some point.
That sounds pretty good for restricts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, weapon attacks.
Yeah, weapon attacks.
Oh, right. I don't use I mean, I can throw my orb at people, but I don't think it's very.
Don't.
Might be something for hobgoblins or dwarves.
Yeah, like Gaius or Tiberius or
The
something.
last item found is the gloves of the healer. It is a property. When you use a power that lets one or more creatures spend a healing surge to regain hit points, one target regains an extra d6, 1d6 hit points.
Oh.
And as a daily power, standard action, you can spend a healing surge, and an adjacent ally regains hit points equal to the value of the healing surge you lost.
That's neat.
Very neat, yeah.
Okay.
So that's a pile of stuff. With the gold making the giant's treasury. Starting to look at it, think about how they might get it out of here.
Yes.
Yes. Start scouring for containers and old rickety crates and boxes and chests.
We just eat it and then regurgitate it back home.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and we're fucking dragons, of course.
You can begin to devouring it. That's my gem. Finally, Vertiliv's
the happiest day of our lives.
size to benefit.
Yes, my immense gullet has prepared for this moment. I've been training for years.
This is my finest moment.
Get the gullet stretcher.
The gullet stretcher. Ew.
It's like one of those deep sea fish, like the swallower. See that
yeah.
one?
Pooh. Horrid creatures. Well,
Alright. A good haul.
yes, a good haul.
Totally worth it.
Money. Lots of piles of money. Doesn't look like any of the minion people had time, really. Had you killed the ogre and then retreated, or a giant and retreated, they might have fished up buckets of loot themselves, but it looks like this is indeed what was available the entire time in here.
Awesome. We should,
Alright, let's divvy it up quickly because there's an underdark to conquer.
Yes, well. Okay. I would be interested in plate armor. I don't think anyone else wears plate. I might be mistaken.
Not yet, no.
I don't have proficiency in it yet either, so it's all yours.
Alright, I will then put my claws on the
Function on
plates.
skin too, but
I think taking away another easy to assign item, I'll take the gloves of the healer.
Yes.
I don't actually think that is an easy to assign item because you already
No.
have a pair of gloves. And you're not the only person who needs to spend healing surges to heal.
Oh, I guess it would apply to yourself as well, one or more creatures, not one or more allies.
Well, we don't, none of us really have powers to activate the property, but the actual daily, power of itself allows any of us to get a heal without spending a second wind, and then we would still have our second wind. although like us would like anyone but you doesn't benefit so much from the active property, the power of it, any of us would benefit from.
Let's see here.
I
think
the
that
property would be pretty damn good, though.
I personally think the property would be better. Yeah, the fire gloves are neat, but I think the gloves of the healer are simply more beneficial to us as a
Yeah.
group on Blackguard.
Another argument, however, is that then the Burning Gauntlet would be effectively useless, because I'm not sure if any of you have a tag with the fire keyword.
No.
What do the Burning Gauntlets do again?
I can press my button.
Burning Gauntlets, power, daily fire, free action. Use it whenever you make an attack with a fire keyword. The first target hit by that attack also takes ongoing 5 fire damage CA Vins, and you deal an extra 1 fire damage with successful attacks with the fire keyword until the end of the encounter. None of us have that except for him.
It's true. It's neat, but an additional extra d6 on heals just forever. I think it's better for the group than 5 ongoing damage, but that's me.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
I agree it as well. I just don't think it's an immediate. I don't think it's as sure of a thing. But sure, take it. We'll see if we can remind you to use it, Wink.
Hey, I
don't.
Okay, I accept your criticism.
To make it easy, since I'll take the robe, the orb, and the ritual candle.
I am fine with this.
Why incense? How dare you, you monster!
Huh.
It's fine. It never burns down. You can enjoy it too if you visit my lair.
Like smells of vanilla.
Sheep, you might as well take the tumbler shoes, since you're the person who wants to use acrobatics and athletics the most.
I wouldn't be opposed.
You're the most sporting and spry of us dragons for whatever bizarre reason.
My take 10 would be a 10. So, well, 3, I guess. But, yeah. 13.
I'll grab the backbone belt then, since I am forced into positions to which I do need to use my second wind, and I am the defender.
My
sorry.
take 10 on athletics is a 21.
Let's see. Sorry. Which one did you pick, Growth?
The only one left, which would be the backbone belt.
Right. I'm fine with this.
I suppose there's the sure shot gloves, but I think we're just gonna save that to reward a minion or something.
Gaius, Tiberius.
Fight.
This is a great yes.
Winner gets them.
This ogre hunter. Who knows? He might serve us well.
If he serves us well, sure. He has the opulence. We know that.
It gives me a question. What actually is superior cover? What does that mean?
+4.
Yeah, I know, but like, what would you call a superior cover?
If you're like behind an arrow slit.
The target is protected by a significant terrain advantage, such as when fighting from behind a window, a portcullis, grate, or an arrow slit.
Okay.
Like dedicated.
A -5 penalty to their attack rolls. -5 to their attack rolls.
Well, cover is just any old thing.
Yeah.
Trees or bushes or fences or whatever. People. Superior cover is like... It's generally stonework made to be covered.
Alright, we got Veristrix the magic items we were looking to get for him. Hooray!
Yeah, I'm happy.
We did.
Is it a normal orb or is it a superior implement, Manaki?
Yes, there is a rule that I quite have honestly not really understood, which is that when items get of a higher level, they get a higher base tier ability.
Yeah.
Like a high level armor is just also master work, craftsmanship stuff.
Yeah.
So I think my answer would be as level appropriate, but I can't actually right now tell you what that means.
That's fine.
I will look into it. But,
no problem. I think I would need a feat anyway to use that extra property, so for now it doesn't matter anyway. So I'll just use it as this until you figure out.
downstairs, Bukor sort of begins to have cleaned that up, and so now he's up set this ogre to like scrub a lot away and
Nice.
getting things cleaning out. Hector's been like the piece has been put to the side, begin lighting the fire again. Seems that resetting the place is something they've been taught.
You
Lolo's
folks,
discipline, probably.
you folks want to wait until after we've explored the Underdark in this session for Jonas to give us his final like number printout, and then we stop having him keep track of it, or you want him to do it now?
I will do it after. There's no reason why we should be spending money right now anyway, so we'll do it after.
Yeah,
All said and done.
we can assume we have done it now, but actually do it like out of session.
Makes sense.
Dragons take like a couple days.
Yeah, sounds appropriate for us to ferry things to and fro.
Yeah.
But not a full rest, just a little bit of time.
No, they're not just gonna go to sleep.
No.
I'm very sleepy all of a sudden.
Feeling increasingly lethargic with every passing day.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, as so they're probably feeling good about this. You know, padding their little significant piles of money. You know, like getting the ogre smell out, breathing poison on it, heating the gold. You know, whatever each dragon does. They are working on their layers.
Except for Phylacteries, who's set up like a temporary shop because he wants to move down beneath ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'll basically pile up his money and stuff sort of near where the dwarves are staying. Not exactly where they're staying, just close enough to be there, I guess. Because he wants to head down into the Underdark where the dwarves are going as well as soon as possible, really.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to order Booker, the Huntmaster, to do? Jonas, I figure I'll ask you.
Yes. I believe that he should. The problem I have is this. We are moving underground. We probably want to lock down the valley while we're gone, or at least, you know, not have a venturing party start traipsing in. So for now, I would say, you know, keep an eye out. And like, don't take any slaves, don't admit anyone, just keep it on lockdown. When we return, we can change the orders. It'd be like, yeah, bring in some slaves, start taking tithes and stuff, but make sure that the dwarves and our other minions are exempt, because they work for us, so there's no point in taxing ourselves.
Maybe at some point after the session, you can have like an arranged symbol or something to like show like the Huntmaster, like anyone who wants to come through.
The Cobalt Claw of
Yeah.
Tyraxos.
They seem to be. The Cobalt Claw.
The Cobalt, the blue, you know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Don't confuse the ogres.
Yes,
They
what?
seem to be good at taking very simple orders.
How about also if they can fetch or spot any of the orcs who ran away, impress them into service, convince them, because that ogre hunter's pretty damn quick.
Yeah, though he supposedly could let the other, like, there's nothing really to protect here at this point, so
Mhm.
he can sort of let the other ogre be the guardian.
For sure. We as I said, we expanding. We need enforcers, some muscle. We have a decent chunk of know-how, and knowledge now. So now we just need some people to, you know, patrol and.
Yeah, he seems to be really taking it in stride. The new change of leadership, how things go.
You know,
Not used to asking a lot of questions, probably.
He has free reign to do any conflict resolution that he deems appropriate until we give him some new orders. I think that's the full extent of everything that we want to say to him this session. Because Valigna's doing like the little pee dance, like when the kid has to go pee.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
But during the time where we spend a little bit to get our treasury in such an order, Eleanor would eventually like to corner Mr. Dwarf Master Artisan at some point, because he has to have a talk with him.
All right, sure. I can probably find him like doing work. Probably still cleaning up the old camp. Maybe, honestly, maybe even over at Toraxos's quarry, like working on who knows what, because some sort of construction, probably
Yes.
like excavation, mining work.
Oh,
to,
Tyraxus knows.
Yeah.
Phaedron and him has he
don't want to spoil it for the others.
No.
Yeah,
Well, the viewer.
I expected as much.
So the scenes that are happening over here are all happening like with the back to the outside.
Yes.
You just hear like the sounds of stuff going on, but nothing's shown.
Velegnath will sort of indicate for him to that he wants to have a bit of a private talk. A very serious expression on Velegnath's face, which honestly is quite unusual. He's quite jovial when it in the general state of things. And assuming he follows promptly, which he better do.
Yeah, he'll like gesture to the others to continue what they're doing, and then he'll go with you. He's a dwarf of few words. When he's not watched over by his like mother.
We'll like sit down, although obviously and very carefully still trying to be on eye level, which I guess at dwarf height and dragon.
Like, weirdly down, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, but that'll work. As he'll say, so here's the deal. I and the mother dwarf have decided that you and I will be working together. Now, listen very closely, because what I am about to say is very important, and I hate useless words. Right now, I am very small. That will change. And right now, we see eye to eye. Literally. That might not have to change. Well, literally it will, but you get the point.
He nods. He always seems kind of somber, in sort of an annoying way that makes you wonder if he's definitely not a fun guy at parties.
So, what I don't need is a sycophant with pointy ears or a mad person or whatever Verdlev has. I need someone who can keep up with me. I need someone who is not useless. I need someone who has skills, who can do things that I cannot. And I was told that you and your people might just work out for that. So you will work for me, and in a sense, I will work for you. Here's the thing, though. If you told me your name right now, I wouldn't remember for long. I have no reason to remember your name, and I hate doing things for no reason. So, what I need you to do is very simple. Do things for me that make me want to remember you. And in return, I will make sure that you are remembered. I won't promise you gold or riches or whatever. Promises are empty, it's actions that matter. But I will tell you one thing. If you at any point now or in the future aren't happy with working for me, you could just leave. I probably won't stop you unless I get very angry about it. No. Instead, I would do something much more cruel. I wouldn't let you come back. Your life would probably go on without me, and perhaps you're happy to be rid of me for a while, but sooner or later, the realization will set in that you lost an opportunity that will not come again. And when your descendants hear of my accomplishments, they would curse your name for having left, knowing that you ruined their chance to work for me. I, however, think that you are smarter than that. Are you?
He watches the dragon for a long time. Long enough that he begins sort of taking out his pipe and nervously, semi-nervously cleaning it. A small ticks that means he's thinking. Learned. I will build things that will be remembered. Many things, grand things. But to build, I need a scaffold. I need inspiration. We could build a bridge across the valley, but without a purpose, it is a monument to folly. If you need something built, then I will build it. Need something made, then I will make it. But how would I know what is useful to dragons who fly? We cleared the passage to the below. Perhaps there you will need us again. I do not intend to leave here. There's much work to be done. I have siblings, you see, like you do. Some ambitious, some obnoxious. I do not intend to be the lesser of them.
We are somewhat alike, I would say, other than the obvious differences.
That is true.
I see you've started working for Tyraxos, have you?
Things need to be built. He has a foundation, the gestures around him. He has a clear goal for what he desires. He gestures back. I wonder who will be foolish enough to enter, but it matters not. They certainly will see that this is dwarven make.
Lip nods.
What we build here will stay long after I'm gone.
They will enter seeing this building and will recognize it as Tyraxos' hold. Your name won't really come into it, I think. That would be very different with me.
Shift slightly. Uncomfortable with that whole prospect. How would it be different?
Oh, I'll make sure of it. I don't see you as a resource to be used. I see you as a mind to be used. As a subtle difference. Tyraxos just wants his castle or whatever built. I want you.
Could you roll me a diplomacy check?
Sure. You know what? I'll spend some of my... Actually, essence needs to be related to the...
There's a reason for why he uses his draconic power to...
Destruction is the truth revealed.
I don't think that really applies here.
Kill Tyraxos and you will see.
Unless you smash part of the thing he's making for Tyraxos.
No, that would be counterproductive.
I would not recommend it.
Destroying people's lairs is generally a faux pas among dragons.
Fine. Fair enough, not good with words.
I just imagine
He sort
that
of looks a
him...
little uncomfortable at the whole, I want you.
Mm.
Sort of looks at the dragon, takes a draft on his pipe. Says, and what I would make for you, I would keep.
Oh yes, they would be your accomplishments for sure. I just want you available for my project. Your knowledge, your skills, whatever you can teach me that I don't know yet. And in return, eventually, when, you want to be remembered, you probably want your descendants to be remembered as well, to be as skilled as you are. I can collect whatever knowledge you and your people can deliver to me, and in return, teach all that collected knowledge to them later. I want you to give me the tools so that I can do whatever I like. And as it turns out, what I like is creating things too. Not exactly bridges or buildings, but things.
He looks skeptical of Red Dragon creating things. It is not... it is perhaps not entirely true what this Red Dragon says, but you know what? Doesn't care too much. Yeah, he nods, slightly passively, vapidly even. And, this will not take much of my work. All things considered, I understand you're working at a strict time. We are building things that are not grand but effective at the moment. If you have something grand in mind, I could move there easily enough.
We will be building something grand very soon. Something that will be used for centuries to spread around things that I will make. And everyone will know that it was you and yours who made it.
It's as you sort of if what you say, what you promise, is true, and at the moment I have not seen a limit to what you have been able to do, then I do not see why we shouldn't work together on this.
Well, I will tolerate your hesitation. I'm sure that in a few years, few decades perhaps, if you're still alive, then you will think back to this moment and think to yourself what a great decision you made.
No,
Now, I do have to ask, is Tilraxos paying you properly? Because if you work for me, then I will make sure that he will.
This is well enough. Not that the pay at the moment is a major issue. Appreciation for the craft is always appreciated. Looks like he does kind of care about money, wealth. My mother handles most of those things, however. I focus on the creation, she on the economics, the planning of the sort of his hand, greater logistics.
That is fair. I can absolutely understand how annoying all the, things around the actual creating aspect are. Like
To build a
getting all the
bridge
stuff
and
to
not
do it.
have it collapse takes a lot of effort, and I do this without the papers and tools that others might use. I see, I construct in my mind, and then I instruct to make it reality.
Good. Now, in the future, if any one of my siblings, as I suppose is correct to call them, approaches you to have something built for them, tell them to come to me and I'll handle it. So you get rewarded properly. They don't appreciate creation nearly as much as they should.
Uncomfortably, I suppose you will make this clear to them.
So I'll tell them. You may still, of course, offer your help if you feel like it, but at least pretend to hesitate a bit, because you work for me.
He nods slowly.
So, all in all, just keep doing what you're doing.
I can do that, sir.
Good.
When are we descending?
If it had been about me, and solely about me, we would have descended days ago at this point.
Well, I suppose we will continue here then, until another project.
Well, if things go well, that project will appear very soon. I should see if the others are finally ready. Svelinif will hop off.
Sure. He'll return to what he was doing. Does anyone else have
No, not really. I mean, if we're gonna go down, let's go down.
Yeah, I don't have any separate roleplay to handle either.
No, the Tyraxes would spend the days, overseeing construction at his lair. Scheming with Phaedron. Such things, but nothing I think that warrants a prolonged
Mindrin says
interaction.
that with this pretender, he could go to the Fae and try to arrange for perhaps more appreciation to be given. Maybe a few, even if they're weak, few of the Fae to make court at Troraxos's seat. Meager, perhaps at first. But,
His own group of courtiers who vie for his attention and affection.
Yes.
Fake groupies.
it is a beginning, not an end.
Oh, of course, yes. No, Tyraxus's tail, whips excitedly back and forth as he imagines a fairy court and all the amazing things, like looking upon the lair construction, thinking of the possibilities of the Dark Fae, like what they could do for his lair, the securities, the ingenious traps. Yes.
Grima Wormtongue has slithered into Tyraxus's mind.
Yeah, exactly. A wise decision, my lord.
Virgilist Stormcrow.
Verlet storms in.
They are not welcome here, my lord.
Late is the hour.
Yeah.
But that's true, yes, with anything, because Verlet, always arrives late. But yeah. I mean, the Pretender Earl is dead, and Tyraxus killed them. So it is not more than right that the fairy court, pays his dues, recognize him for his accomplishments, and pays their respects. Yes, Tyraxus believes that Phaedron is absolutely right, and that a small Dark Fae court should be established in Tyraxus' presence. Yes. He nods imperiously and tells Phaedron to see it done.
Of course, we'll see what he can do to pull strings and make a few servants appear, if nothing else.
Perhaps one slightly quick thing now that I think of it, if you guys don't mind, is that Tyraxus will talk to Renella Coldbrew while Phaedron is out.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Go for it.
Yeah, you will summon her at the build site, and laying there on one of his cliffs, looking out over the build site as it constructs. If she approaches, he will slither down to sit in front of her, also at eye level.
Like wipes sweat off her brow.
Yep.
How did it work?
So, Runella Coldbrew. Tyraxus tilts his head slightly to the
Bows
side.
deeply.
Tell me, do you enjoy being in my service?
Takes a breath, sort of looks around. May I speak frankly?
He nods. Yes.
In all honesty, I have had positions that were far more enjoyable, less work, and far more benefits. I have been an administrator for a trading company before. Things went south, and, well, to be honest, a cozy chair, a desk, hot baths when I go home, warm food prepared by others. Life has a lot of luxuries that are not available here. I have, of course, not complained, as I know full well that if not for this opportunity, well, I would be very dead.
Tyraxus nods and says, yes, that is wise of you. And it is for this reason I have called you to me. You see, Brunella Cold Brew, I remember your story of a trading company. I remember what you have told me. And it is these skills I now wish to explore further, yes. For you see, you have impressed me, yes. You were wise enough to throw yourself at my mercy when we first met. And you
She
have
nods.
proven true to your word. And I appreciate loyalty, and I think it should be rewarded. He looks around and says, now, I do not think we have cushy shares, and the work you do for me would still be intensive. But, he looks like at her sweat-covered body, I believe you are now more valuable to me as a quartermaster and a master of coin rather than back-breaking labor. Yes. It is your mind, Runella Coldbrew, that I am interested in.
She nods. Never the most modest of dwarves.
It's
As she
fine.
nods, and says, I would say that is wise of you, my lord. I have functioned in such positions before, and although there were minor issues financially, I would not claim that they were my fault.
Yes. Well, Phaedron is an important advisor to me on matters of politics and conflict, war, spying and scheming. But he is a Fae and has little understanding, I think, of commerce, which is something you have. And I value this. I like gold, Brunella Coldbrew. I lust for it, as like a draconic gleam in his eyes. And if you can bring more to my lair and to my hoard, you will be greatly rewarded. And I believe, unlike many of my siblings, either the ones who are completely uninterested in it or only see it as something to be collected, no. I think that money should be claimed not only by defeating enemies in battle. I think it can be claimed in trade, in investments. And money is also power. Perhaps not in this valley necessarily, because this is, in all honesty, a rural backwater with little connection to any form of civilization. But I do see myself in the future as having connections outside this barbaric wasteland. He sort of waves a claw around. I want influence. I want connections. I want to know what is going on in the cities around us. And for that, I need influence, and for that, I need gold. And wise investments. A trading company, perhaps, to move goods and rumors and information around. Yes, this, Runella Coldbrew, is what I wish you to manage for me, to start building for me. The Jiraxos Trading Company, if you will. He slightly quirks his maw in a smile.
She nods. For such a thing, my lord, I would require initial investments, and ideally some edge that others don't have. We had initially thought that the promised passage would be it, but it seems that it will take a while longer for that to be made available.
Indeed, we are searching and discovering this possibility. Well, soon. He looks at the sun, and then he says to her, I will perhaps be unavailable for a extended period of time, Brunella Coldbrew. And while that is the fact, I need to know that my organization does not fall apart around me. I am not like some of the others who are befriending beasts or madmen. I actually want the creatures I have under my sway to remain so while I am gone. That is why I need competent people in leader positions. Now, I will formally offer you this position of my Master of Coin, and if you accept it, you will be relieved of the back-breaking labor. As I said, there are more important things for you to focus on if then. But do also remember, Brunella Coldbrew, that with great opportunity comes great risk. Do not cross me in this, and do not fail me in this. My resources are precious to me, but if one of the resources end up wasting a lot of the others, his eyes thin, and he scrapes with his jagged claws on the ground. I think we understand each other, yes?
She nods. Gives a slight smile and says, if I was not a woman of taking risks, I would never have gotten as far as I have.
Nods.
If I am to work without failing once, then that is what I will. Then that is what I will do.
Draxo snorts. The important thing is that the money keeps growing. I am aware of the concept of investment. He nods to himself. Excellent. Then I formally proclaim you to be my Master of Coin, with the influence and such that this entitles. We will hammer out the details at some later date, and yes. You
She nods, sort of looking out over the valley here from the good view, and smiling faintly to herself, perhaps thinking of what could be made of the place.
Draxo smiles as well. Yes.
Great things could be.
There are many dreams. How old is Brunella Coldbrew, out of curiosity?
She's not that old by dwarven standards.
Yes.
She is in her sort of early 40s.
Oh, excellent. I have another 200 years with
many
her.
years.
Potentially. Alright.
A lot of dwarves of the gold dwarves are generally fairly young because they had a blessing that has made them have a lot of kids recently.
Right.
And she was a lot of young gold dwarfs sort of popping out and being financial all over the place.
Alright.
That seems to be something they greatly enjoy.
I love the phrase "being financial all over the place."
Yes.
You know,
that is
just
exactly.
Pop out, they like spew out some stores and businesses and yeah.
This is exactly what I need Brunella to do. I need her to be financial all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Excellent. Sorry that took some time, but Tyraxus has a
Don't
master of coin.
apologize. This is what makes this campaign.
Oh, you know, I took a lot of time out of the Q&A session. Anyway,
We'll be okay.
I
The dragons might be time pressed, but we're not that time pressed.
It's called role playing for a reason. That's what you're doing.
yes, and I will have a long talk with Phaedron at some later date. There are things that must be put in place for the sleep.
Currently, he's busy doing fey politicking.
Yes.
As we like cut to a look of him as a mercurial court with like way strange creatures and like a minotaur in a leash and stuff.
Tell me
like,
more.
lots of strange things going on.
Does he have like a little pin like that Tyraxus gave him to signify that he's like, you know, his emissary?
Yeah, dragon, serpent.
Yeah,
Dragon.
exactly. Excellent.
Yeah. As he's doing whatever politicking he also there, we see sort of maybe foreshadowing, who knows, but that this party there's also a whole bunch of like a delegation of centaurs, basically, with like a ripped red banner as their own marking, locking eyes from across the way. That said, though, perhaps it is time that the dragons might wish to descend.
I think it is.
I guess.
I mean, they don't have to, certainly.
No, we have to.
No, we have to, apparently. Let's go.
All right.
They show up at my house through like rocks and stones.
We have to
So,
go.
Verstrix offers a 5,000 gold fee for his services in exploring the Underdark. That's a joke, by the way.
Verlith was like half after the pipe. It's like, damn it.
This goes back in.
Yeah.
No solicitors.
Puts out a sign of
Well, now I wouldn't
solicitors.
do it for free.
Yeah, we're going to the Underdark. Woo!
Woo!
Going
Upper
to the Underdark.
Yes, you have currently discovered two paths that could lead you down there. One is sort of known as the Promised Passage, where it appears to be the way that leads down to, perhaps we should go through what you actually know about these places to decide. And I think Varistrix is the one who has been keeping track of this stuff.
Yeah. Not on,
Right.
like, not on
Well,
hand, but
What I know is that one place has troglodytes and the other has steam.
one has troglodytes and like a lot of fungus and plants and bats in it. As far as Varistrix have known, the other one you've seen plumes of steam and a weird sort of well, there was like a pale, large serpent dragonfish in the path before, but it is dead and gone now because it couldn't survive without water, obviously.
I would
It's
heavily
very damp and hot down there, and had a sort of sulfury, rotten egg smell coming from.
I would heavily
we don't
prefer the
really
latter.
have a choice. We have to go to Seam, otherwise sheep won't get us there. So then he'd be sad. So let's go.
The Promised Passage is the one that the dwarves are like closest to. They just fixed and can come down along with, like, as sheep ever so desires. But otherwise, we'd have to drag the dwarves to Varistrix's lair, and who knows what he's done to the place.
Yeah, let's not have that yet.
So the camera, like the scene picks in with the four of us, some more reluctant than others, having gathered in front of like the cavern to the Promised Passage.
As we gather, Veliknev would like to sort of do his not so obvious but very obvious, slowly, coincidentally approaching Tyraxos, as he'll lean over to him and in Draconic say, "So, I heard I'm building you a castle."
Tyraxos looks over to him and says, I have not seen you dig any tunnels or wield any hammers in my name.
Well, but my dwarves are doing things for you.
Quirks an eyebrow. I have retained the services of our allies, yes?
It's good.
Looks over to him.
Just let me know if anything isn't to your liking.
He snorts. Yes, well, I appreciate the concern. But I think if it is not, I am capable of disciplining them. The architect...
You will talk to me instead.
Traxxas puts his head slightly to the side. Seems to think. And then he will say, I will consider it.
And I have another thing for you to consider. Although it might be a bit premature as we are just about to head down there, but you see, there's gonna be things down there. I mean, like, not gold, although maybe gold, but things I can do stuff with. Maybe. But they might not be the right things. But, however, they might still be useful in that I can use them for things which I might end up having to, well, not use myself, but get others to use. And there's an opportunity there, I think. Because I like making things, but I'll have spare things. And I don't think the dwarves really will leave this valley much to find people who would pay gold for these things. But your dwarves might. They do that sort of thing, right?
Yes, I have plans of setting up trade routes.
So maybe you should consider that I can supply things you can sell for me.
Looks over to Vagleth and says, well, perhaps then a mutual beneficial agreement of using each other's dwarves. He smiles slightly.
I think that's fair.
If your products are of a quality and of interest for me to sell on my caravans, then yes, I would be interested in doing such. I think this would benefit us both. Because, looks Vagleth up and down, from what I have seen of you, brother, I have not gathered that you have a mind for business. Or even
I'll
an
take
interest.
that as a, well, not a compliment, I suppose. It's true, I don't quite care for that sort of thing. I'm not a people person, you see.
Draxus nods slowly. Then yes, I think we have a potential deal here. I am interested in selling any wares that would be interesting and sellable. If you produce such things, I would be happy to assist. Yes.
Oh, then let's dive down and see what we find. Maybe we won't find anything, in which case...
Draxus tentatively looks down the deep shaft and he says, I don't know. There was something big down there when we looked the first time.
Alright. Let's go.
Spelunkin.
Sure. You begin to make your way down the passage. Probably flying, all things considered. Be the best way to go about it.
Have the dwarves added light fixtures on the way down?
Yeah, they have. There seem to actually be a lot of like cracks and such. It's quite clear that this used to be an elevator shaft. Probably used even wood construction. It's long rotted now. But at the bottom, you can sort of see some holes and stuff that other ways in would have been. It seems like the other ways off the elevator are broken, though, allowing you just the bottom entrance. The others seem to have collapsed. One of them is sort of a little indentation in. Seems to have been the lair of this blind dragonfish that lived here, but is now clearly. Moving all the way down, can we gather your token?
Yeah.
Caves map here.
Spirit us away, almighty God.
Take you away. Journey far, far away. Down, down, down.
To Dragon Town.
Town, a little A known-off place. Who knew? That would...
Son of a bitch, I can't believe it.
I should go down the straight path. It ends quite unceremoniously in a bottom. There's a lot of like broken piece of rock. The dwarves have just gone down here using ropes to rappel down to clear the exit here, setting it up to basically pile rocks on the other side to cover it, so that whatever might be down here won't have such an easy time seeing that there is a passage here now. But beyond that, they haven't really spent too much time down here. The thing you notice as you go down this shaft is a sweltering heat coming up. Not like volcanic or like fire, but like a moist heat, like a steamy wetness. Most of it might have gone away at this point, leaving more of a dry heat as you descend. But it's quite clear that the water is being baked out of this path. And as you move down to the bottom and take your sort of first glance out the narrow entrance exit, I suppose it would be, you you see a cracked landscape ahead of you. The cave seems massive, very large, in fact. Some of it, on the one hand, you sort of look to the left distance, you can see crusted what seems to be like the formations of long dead crustaceans, like barnacles, but huge. And currently completely like dried out. It's just the shells covering the walls and such. There was water there once. The other way is dry, and it's where the heat comes from. It looks like semi-brittle rock, almost in just a cracked landscape. Barren and full of sharp, spiky pillars sticking through it to the ceiling everywhere. It is pretty barren to look at, and the heat certainly also confirms it. Looking at a lot of these pillars, they have like a white dust crusting over them. And as you come a little closer, you notice that it is salt. That's what you're reaching is, well, from the smell of it, seems to be sulfuric salt plains. So I could even make a bit of a map available. I have, of course, also mapped the Underdark.
Of course, all of it, because open world, you know?
You know, never know when or why or how we would get here, but things have to be mapped. And I can tell you one thing, making a map of the Underdark is really fucking difficult, because most of it is just like cave. I'm just going to give you a good chunk here.
Use Throne of Night as an inspiration.
It's not as pretty.
Welcome to part 2 of this campaign, Throne of Night. The third book finally came out.
And your dragons.
Oh.
What? Where did Valinov go?
Oh,
there he is. Hello.
Yes. You are here token.
I can't make heads or tails of this.
What you see, and I can probably remove you now and just let you see it, is well, the black is just cave wall. There's nothing there. The color is what you care about, as it is the caves and paths going through. As you can see here, you have a place covered in crustaceans. It seems to, as you sort of investigate a little bit, probably end blindly. Might have once been connected to something in that direction. The other way here, though, is a lot of these hot, sweltering salt plains.
Yeah, we should go that way.
Lots of salt, certainly, to be found.
Salt is good. It sense. Not really what I'm looking for.
What are you feeling, Varistrix? You're the not red dragon here.
That's a good thing? What?
What would a dungeoneering check give Airstrex in terms of the best way to approach this, Manaki?
Sure. Yeah, do it on your check. I'll tell you something about the biome, if you will.
Sure. Let's see here. Oh. Lab tools, are you gonna work for me?
No!
Can't seem
Never!
to click on anything. Oh.
No.
Well, there we go.
So I'm able to interact interface, so it's not a it's not a Manaki problem.
I will chalk it up to my magical computer tech interface.
Did you roll?
Interference.
Oh, there we
There
go.
we go. I did.
Oh, 24. Okay. Yeah. You've learned a little bit about this from the old notebook you found.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the things that were described here said that that across these sulfuric plains, they would. Well, you might still have the text, honestly, but they would to the north connect to a large body of water in caves. To the south, they would also connect to a large body of water, and to the very sort of end of them, they would go to what was mentioned as just a wetway, with full of blood-sucking insects. The place is pretty hot. The drow certainly didn't. I mean, you didn't really choose to get a lot of knowledge about who might be here. But looking at it, it certainly isn't a place that would support a lot of life. Natural life could be limited to perhaps like things that reduce salt, maybe some like bacterial life, like microbes, which here would translate to like some small slimes, perhaps.
Okay.
Just walking on the ground here is bound to eventually like begin burning your feet. It's sort of that level where you can stand there, but you kind of want to like trip all the time, like sort of moving from foot to foot if you don't have fire resistance to avoid the sort of hot rock. Beyond that, just the salt that seems to be in the air here as you move through it sort of gets in the eyes and sort of under the scales and sort of itch a little bit and just begin to sort of desiccate you. Not in any sort of hurtful way, but just enough that it sort of dries out your scales. And if you had hair, you would hate it.
Doesn't sound great at all.
Disconnected, John? Do you have a problem?
Not that I noticed, but I guess it crashed.
All right. Well, you're good to come back in there.
Yeah, I'll try.
The stream appeared to have had a problem too.
Yeah, I guess my
Internet hiccup.
Yeah, might have been. I'll reconnect.
So from what Veristrix knows, there is not a single redeeming quality Vertilith can hear about this.
Certainly
This
will not
fire
support
maelstrom.
any type of plant life whatsoever, ever.
Yeah, so down there is basically fuck that place. I don't want to go down there. Take me off of the salt lava plains.
It is bound to be hotter further in.
Yeah.
As
Manaki,
the notes would suggest that this is quite a large system of caves, actually.
From what we can see currently, what is the scale like? Like, how much is this? How large?
Yes. How large is this? I need to go to another map. I don't have a scale for this one. What you're looking at here is about the same scale as it is above.
Oh, okay. So pretty damn large, actually.
Pretty damn large, actually.
Okay.
Hence why it is depicted in this manner, because if it was smaller, could have made a more pretty map, but
My God.
in this...
There's a second valley under the first one.
Yeah. So, Veristrix, it is very hot here. Does this hotness have a source, or is it just ambient?
Well, from what I've read, a volcano that isn't quite doing its job correctly is, well, he kind of waves his claws, producing this, well, swell of heat.
What do you mean, isn't it doing its job correctly?
Well, if it was, then this place would be completely, well, filled with lava, wouldn't you agree?
I suppose.
Whatever the
So,
case, it is lying, well, dormant, so to speak, I would gather.
Certainly
Well, that should be
dormant,
changed.
if not just, I mean, it might not be a volcano, but certainly a hot spot, if you will.
I want to find that hotspot.
It's unlikely to actually have magma in it, but certainly hot enough to do this to the terrain.
Well, if you want to find it, then just go where it's hotter, I would imagine.
Oh, I will. I'm just informing you so you can follow along and stop me from dying.
I did not come down here to also follow you into wherever it's hotter. And neither will the dwarves, I imagine. They will try the route that does not immediately lead into heat.
Just imagine like they're just storming ahead and looking back, and we're just like standing there like, can't really go any further because we're dying from this heat.
It's unpleasant, not enough to hurt you, like physically, but certainly unpleasant. Especially if the dragons were not like made for it.
Well,
I'm going to be
Probably like,
entirely.
I appreciate the temperature.
I'm going to be entirely honest and say that I can't really think of any good things I could say to convince you to follow me, because it will be very hot. That's the entire point. But that's where I have to go.
But that's not where I'm going to go. Not first, anyway. If the other route leads into a dead end, then I have no other alternative. But going through there is most certainly not my first choice. I would rather leave here, go to Veristrix's lair, and dive down through there, all the way there, than walk through that.
But think about it. We are going to go to sleep soon and need to find safe spots. Where else would I be safer?
I would rather risk you dying than go through there. Esarek may not have told us the entire truth, and we may be able to endure without one dragon who wishes to lead the others into hell.
And wow. All right.
Let us look at the caverns to the north first. It is much safer for, well, the dwarves, while you possibly look further in afterwards.
Fine.
I think being strategical about this is a good idea. We are looks over to Veristrix and snorts and says, "Listen, we have spent resources claiming the dam. We can feel the tug of that abominable curse upon us. We should try to explore where we think it is safer first. Conserve energy. I don't think we would be able to rise easily if we went to rest now."
So, caverns it is then.
Vertilith nods emphatically.
All right, you move up through the sort of barnacle encrusted walls. A lot of salt here too, covering it, and a lot of like chalk. Basically, the stones are very white. Probably build up a bit over time from these like dead crustaceans. As you continue to move, you fly, and so it's not the biggest problem. Though certainly cave flight might not be something you've really trained a lot in doing. And so, I don't know, how good do you think you are at cave flight? Like dodging all the different.
I think Veristrix is born for it.
Fair.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, we've had a lot of practice, like flying through forests. So this
Utterly
shouldn't be-
graceless. I am utterly graceless when it comes to this. I'm taking down like barnacles like as I go.
Smacking into pillars and whatnot, ripping them apart. Not
Oh.
that difficult. A lot of this stuff is fairly brittle still.
I feel like Veristrix would be like a just slithering through it like a snake, barely touching anything.
Yeah, I can sort of see that.
Valiant is probably crashing into things, but intentionally.
Ooh, smash. Continuing further up, you after a while of flight get to an area you sort of has this nice view. It is basically a place where water might once have been, but now the water is at a lower level, and so it no longer is. But it gives you this cliff, really both here and here, that overlooks a beautiful, very clean-looking lagoon down there. The bottom of the lagoon is covered in what seems to be, eelgrass?
Hmm.
It looks like that, but they're slightly thicker and white, and seems to have sort of a red circle around the top of them. As they just sort of lay there waving slightly in whatever underwater sort of flow there is. Between the stalks down there, you can see what appears to be little pale crabs sort of crawl around in pretty large numbers.
Food.
The cave continues further in, and it seems like there's more water here, certainly.
All right. Well,
It's sort of a refreshing, almost, smell comes in. There's a little steam still coming from the water. It's still pretty hot, but it's more like a sauna, like a bath situation. Water certainly isn't boiling.
saunas are nice.
It might be very comfortable bathing.
Vertilif says, clearly in a almost hostile situation, well, look at this. Veristrix led us to a place where we aren't immediately dead.
Well, you don't know what's in the water.
She says, I do. Clearly, like, when noting the fact that she can see into it.
There might be things you can't see. There was a huge eel creature blocking the promised passage. They might be in here too.
No. We're dragons. We've survived. And everything that's come at us. There is no dragon eel.
If you say so.
I know so.
Verdilit, you say you see. Are these. Well, I wouldn't say they are dangerous, but we have gotten caught unawares by curious things before. He like points at the grass stuff because he's not really sure what that is. He's not.
Verlif like looks at the grass, then immediately looks at Veristrix, and then like takes off from the cliff and is just flying.
All right.
You can do a dungeoneering if you want to know.
Yeah, I will, because
Dungeoneering is very relevant to anything down here, really.
Yeah.
I'll be helpful and try that. Let's see.
I'll be helpful.
It's 25.
Looking close at it, Marstick is pretty sure that isn't grass, but very long worms, actually, that seem to be fastened at the bottom, filtrating whatever flows through the water, giving them nourishment in this very sparse environment. The crabs seem to sort of clean them off from small bits of whatever might bother them, removing parasites and the like. Might be the reason the water is so clean, though.
Kind of
Seem
like a
harmless.
symbiotic kind of thing. Okay, that's cool. Oh, they're not
Slightly
dangerous.
haunting as they sort of wave under.
Yeah, but as long as he doesn't touch them, it's fine. Onwards.
Onwards.
We fly over the majestic sauna.
I like to think-
Clean water.
Yeah. It continues, the water breathing out, but staying this sort of semi-shallow, very clean lagoon of water as you sort of move out. And as you sort of go here, in this direction, you begin to see something interesting. There appear to be small, constructions.
Oh,
What do you call them? Like crab pots, you know?
Okay.
Made of what appears to be bone. Made of basically like imagine like ribs in a circle that have been tied together with sinew and dried, sitting here with some crabs in them. It appears to be quite primitive make, and sort of around here as you fly in and take a look, perhaps.
I mean, food's just sitting out there. That's a tribute for me. I'm interested.
Yeah, it seems that someone is fishing in these waters, or something intelligent enough to use bone and sinew to.
Fertilif lands by the crab pots.
Sure, they're pretty small, all things considered, but there are a couple of big sort of white crabs in there, slowly moving. Very slow crabs.
She looks at one of the crab pots, just swallows the whole thing.
You can digest bone. It's fine. The crabs, though, actually, I should choose them. It's like hard candy. Their shells are very tough, even for what you might expect from a crab or some such, and also taste slightly metallic. It seems that these things might actually incorporate metal into their shells.
Only in eating is the truth revealed. I think Vertilif will give like a gourmand's digest of like what she tastes, the flavors.
Metal crab. Velignov wants to eat one as well.
Sure. Tough still. His refined tastes. Give me a like a
culinary
roll
check.
plus your level. D20
Sure.
plus your level. Let's just see. A raw dragon who's interested in this sort of stuff roll.
I'm
Oh,
very
well.
interested.
Yes, you taste a refined taste for what metals would be in a crab. Taste clear signs of iron, but also a sweeter taste. Perhaps there are quite refined metals dissolved in this water. Probably, in fact, too many for it to be random. He tastes, well, what he instinctively knows to be some adamantine and mithril, and lead, and copper and bronze, and almost anything he can imagine seems to be dissolved in this water. That is certainly not a natural phenomenon.
Verlif, going this way was one of the best decisions you've ever made.
I know.
Not for the reasons you initially suggested, but still.
You are also welcome.
Tyraxus mumbles under his breath. Yes, completely incapable of expressing any form of gratitude. He mumbles to himself. He looks suspicious at the water and everyone's fascination of it. He doesn't see that it's water. What is this?
Vertilith is swiveling her head around, curious about who the someone or something was who assembled these delectable treats for her. She doesn't eat anymore, though.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any tracks left by whoever was fishing here?
It appears that whoever it is, don't not heavy enough to make tracks in the rock.
Okay.
Whatever watery tracks there might be, if something came from the water up, would probably also it is still warm enough that this would pretty much dry quickly.
Okay.
This water doesn't seem to be that salt. It is still salt, but it's not a brine. It is just sort of a slightly salty taste to it. Yeah, as you have a couple different paths to take. There's the path up here, which seems to, as you sort of glance, seems to lead to a bigger area with more water. There's the path going down here, which seems to be where the these paths here seem to be where the crab pots were.
Well,
My vote is for investigating where the crab pots were and following along that path. If there's signs of life down here, we might subjugate it or learn more or kill it or whatever dragons do.
See
And
no
if
reason why not.
they're not immediately hostile, and cooperate, they might even be able to help us skip some exploration and tell us where the interesting bits are.
Yeah, skip exploration.
Like the dwarven remnants.
But exploration is fun.
Yeah, as you move over and go down that way, you flying there, breaking a couple of salty pillars. It doesn't take long before something comes in the other direction. What comes is quite a number of small individuals, brightly lit by something they seem to sort of hold and follow and whoop at. The first thing you see is a large, sort of burning bat, a creature on fire. It seems to not be bothering the bat that it's on fire. It seems to be how it just lives, as it sort of swooshes in. In the wake of it is what you might call a cohort of small green creatures carrying torches and whooping at the flying thing. Goblins, quite clearly. Their clothes here are mostly primitive. However, it does seem they have some sort of cloth, and certainly also use chitin and sinew and biological parts for their construction as they whoop after the bat. Yeah, I mean, you probably would see one another at the same time, though they're pretty distracted at the moment. What is your reaction as you see this little party? There seem to be like 9 goblins and 3 of the bats that sort of are flying ahead of them.
I think Vertilith like blinks to make sure she saw what she saw, and then looks towards Valignith expectantly. For if he expects to rule and control down here, and this could be his concern to address.
Valignith has like this look of like biting on a lemon. He just remembers his encounter with the kobolds.
They certainly seem to be creatures of the same make, in many ways.
Like small and primitive, that's a bad combination. That leaves a bitter taste. You know, he's not too fussed about it.
All right, given his hesitance, then Versix will swoop forward and place himself.
He doesn't have much time before the bats sort of collide with you.
That's fine. He'll try and plonk himself down in front and like get in front of them wherever they were planning on going.
You're in a cave, yeah. Certainly, you can make yourself present.
Yes. What do they do when they see a dragon? That's the question.
They stub up. 2 of them sort of screech out, and the bats sort of fly back, circle back towards them. These 2 have sort of seem to be in control, or at least to be able to control these bats as they call them to them. A couple of them have little crossbows or little bows that they sort of ready. As they dart behind some cover to try not to be in the front of big scary things.
Yeah. Very strict will basically command in a loud voice. Hold. I wish to speak.
What language is he speaking?
Good question. Probably common. I mean, he doesn't think these creatures know much else, so yeah, common. Go with that.
All right. I'm just gonna set up a map here for us so we can visual.
Theater of the mind. Tilraxos like popped out of his little chair and sitting down. Cracks open a cold one.
Yeah, the show is about to begin.
Summer of fun right here, baby.
I did like the description of the like screeching fire bat, and the bat is on fire, fly towards it. It's like it's just how it lives. it lives on fire. It's my life.
Since Veristrix is ahead, I think I can position myself here. Here's a good spot.
Where are we? There we are.
Yeah, good question. I don't know.
I see us. Look southeast of where we're seeing this Underdark world map in the caverns.
I can put it here.
Yeah.
Ah, thank you.
Like close to where the entrance to my lair is. Yeah. Be there, and I'll be like facing out this way. Gotta give Veristrix some space to work here.
Oh, it'll be a very quick exchange. Either they're stupid enough to just have me kill them, or they'll do what I'll say, and nothing will go wrong. For them.
It might not be that. They might just not understand common.
They might not.
Yeah. As the creatures sort of look over there, certainly bright enough to light up of the room without too much issue.
Look at how adorable they are. I love goblins.
Yeah,
the bats seem to sort of fly pretty slowly, all things considered, allowing the goblins to sort of follow them around. The ones with torches sort of waving them at the bats, seemingly very much enjoying the whole situation of fire. The handlers
fire.
staying behind as all the little ones sort of run up, waving their torches. Looking to you and seemingly pointing all their torches at you, waving them as they come closer.
Okay, like threateningly?
It seems like it is sort of making a wall of their torches and light that might...
Vertilif prods and says, Valignif, show them your fire. That's what these creatures will respond to. Fire.
That's a good idea.
Yes, they indeed scream, fire!
Valignif will take a step forward while Veristrix is trying to dock and just unleash his fire breath. His puny, wormling fire breath, but it is fire nonetheless.
Oh, he breathes out a puke of flame, and the goblins scream in well, who knows if it's fear or jubilation. It certainly is a lot of tiny, squeaky voices gasping and sort of rattling as they wave their torches in the air and just scream, fire! 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 Fire!
I think they like fire or hate it. I don't know.
Burn! As they wave their little torches. Fire crab! One of them says. As they look to Valignith.
If they can't form sentences, we kill them all.
Oh no. Valignif is scarred from the Koval.
Well, you've taken the 4.
One of them goes forward and says, more fire!
More fire is only for those who prove themselves useful.
He cackles at the suggestions of usefulness. Going slightly back, it seems like the guys with the torches are pretty simple-minded, all things considered, as they just wave them around pretty much constantly, giggling. The ones in the back, though, seem to keep their sort of themselves a little bit further away. The sharpshooters constantly sort of keeping an eye on the dragons and sort of spotting for perhaps weaknesses, or they seem somewhat cowardly. The two handlers sort of if a goblin could look like it's the power behind the throne, that's what those guys look like. Little and sort of smaller than the others.
I just noticed how those bad handlers look. That's even better.
And they look over, like whispering to one another. Almost as a cultist would do if he had just been nominated as president. Before one of them sort of moves forward, the other sort of gesturing for the bat to move. The one sort of follows it. Again, rubbing a hand, perhaps scheming how to get the first one killed, who knows. He says, steps forward. You wield fire as we do.
Blackguard is gonna slowly spread his wings a little bit, sort of stepping forward like a peacock surrounded by the redness of his wings, showing himself off as he says, "Oh, I can do much more than that. Yes. And you can form sentences. That is so good."
All important, really. Fire denominates power. Fire is mastery. The crabs fear us because we wield it.
Crabs fear fire. Then they fear me.
Good. You're so big.
Oh, I know. I'll be even bigger soon.
Like fire bats, but bigger. He sort of looks almost like hungrily, greedily at Velvet. You burn, and we. Oh. The other ones sort of swing their torches. Yes, you. Yeah, almost too excited, rubbing his little hands. We have many uses for you. Oh, beautiful fire crab. Two best things, most scary thing and the most brilliant.
Why are the crabs brilliant?
Fire is brilliant. Crabs are scary.
Oh, sure. Now, you know what I can do, and it is glorious. Now, what can you do for me? We are
Burn
newly
things.
down.
Burn lots of things.
Great, but how about you tell us what's down here other than crabs and fire? No, actually, other than crabs, I do care about the fire.
Oh, there's many things, many secrets. I have not. Only the cook has traveled far.
The cook?
Yes, he's the wisest. He makes the crabs edible.
He makes food.
They're too tough. He sort of mashes his teeth together.
I want to see this cook.
You give them fire on them, and then they can be eaten.
I want to eat too. I think we all want to eat, right? So like sort of cranes around. They have a cook.
The other handler screams, "Praise Imix! Praise Imix for the fire crab!" And all the goblins take up the cry. Praise Imix for the fire crab. And his friends, he adds, seeing that the fire crab has friends.
It sounds like Valignus' wheelhouse for sure if he's perplexed by Imix.
Bring us to your cook then.
The cook! He screams, and then he gestures. The bats follow, and so all the other little goblins seem to follow, laughing and swinging their torches as they follow the bats.
Halldamir will follow as well, sort of looking over his shoulder to the others with a gesture that is clearly meant to mean, see how great this place is? I mean, how can you not love this?
Valignus has strong passive insight. He can see that Vertilith is just as amused as during the whole kobold interaction bit, except that she's not, like, collapsing, like, snortling and chortling with laughter.
Combines two of my favorite things, fire and food.
But she'll follow after.
I thought you were going to say idiocy.
Well, I'm afraid, Tyraxos, your castle is going to take a little bit longer now.
Oh,
shame, really.
Yes, your dwarves will be cripples for years.
Oh, you just try it. Something. We'll see how that goes. Now let's do that later. I'm too excited about food to think about fighting you again.
Draxus smiles himself. He knows that Valgnuth has no idea how many dwarves he has, and if a few go missing, he wouldn't notice.
I might not know their names, but I know how many I have.
Vertilith looks at Veristrix like these two, right?
Yeah. They do as they please.
I will, however, once again use Valaknath to reveal.
Makes sense.
I do need like a you're here token, but
You
No.
are here.
I'll have to work. She won't be brought down.
There's no clickable description. Sad.
No,
No, I can't click on it.
the wrong. It's in the GM notes. There we go.
Yay!
Beautiful.
TM.
Yes, as you're brought indeed to the goblin village. Going in there, you see more fire bats swooping as more bunches of little goblins with torches run after them. You see a high sort of path that goes up to a cave where bundles of sticks seem to be. These seem to be well protected, as a couple of as a very important looking goblin is watching over them. Guy, the high shaman or stick master, he is, because you do not get to have a stick to make a torch, just if you're anyone. Though it certainly seems like most people here have one. Beyond that, in the center of the camp basically, the houses here are just like small caves around. You can imagine that there's a lot more like where seems to be quite a few of them. Hard to tell how many, as they constantly dart around following these bats. The bats seem to be thoroughly domesticated at this point, or perhaps there is something to their words, as there are, three major things in the camp. One, the stick cave, where the master of sticks is a highly valued commodity. Another is the little shrine temple thing. It's basically just a stone bowl that someone seems to have gotten somewhere that has like a couple pieces of what seems to be sort of brown coal in it that is burning. Beyond that, on the wall above it is painted in like red paint some sort of goblin version of Imix, the primordial lord of fire. Certainly not a flattering portrayal. The last big thing is a big ceramic pot, far too big to have been made by goblins, certainly. And on the side of it, there are indeed engravings of what seems to be sort of faded engravings, or what do you call that? Like, you don't engrave a pot, do you? You like paint it, like inscriptions, I guess.
Inscriptions.
Of like giants building things, perhaps a dam. But also like a bridge or a keep upon a spire in the sea. These sorts of things. Very faded, but it seems these guys have got their hands on it somehow, or maybe they build their village around it. As the big pot seems to be sort of cooking with what smells strongly like seafood. Next to it is a big table, stone, where a goblin is. He has several knives and not many fingers, as he is currently like digging to open what is basically a mussel the size of a sort of large cat. Sort of fighting it to link it open with a big knife.
Are there crab pots around this camp similar, if not exactly the same, as what we saw by the lake?
Yes.
Okay.
They seem to have those, and that seems to be their primary food source. Seems to be crabs, certainly. A lot of bits of crabs. You can also see like a pile of shells and stuff, with some goblins currently digging around in it, probably looking for useful pieces. But yeah, they have someone who seems to be making that. They also do seem to have various bits of insects, and certainly also bigger bats. pretty sure you can see like a skull of a dwarf or something also in the pile at one point. They might have done something with that, but certainly mainly sea. As the cook is slowly opening these muzzles, you can see also that there's a lot of goblins waiting, actually, by the cook pot. Seemingly, food takes a while to prepare, and that seems to be a problem because they don't seem to have enough for their numbers. Somehow, these creatures have found a way to flourish here. As you sort of led into the camp, as one of the bat handlers screamed out, like, fire crab! Is a fire crab Imix has given a fire crab. As it gets a lot of attention. It seems the words fire and crab are pretty important words to these creatures. You quickly get a lot of eyes on you. The shaman looking down from his perch, frowning at the sort of newcomers, while the cook takes his sweet time to open this mussel and give it, put it to the other goblins before sort of looking over. How do you react walking into this place?
Well, attention is great. Radagnev will do what he did before, sort of peacock-like prancing forward, letting out the slightest burst of flame, just to show that he can do that. It's no big deal. Don't mind me, but do mind me. Before saying to the cook, pretty much, I am Valingnev. I am fire. And you will feed me and my siblings. And then we will decide what to do here.
The cook looks at you. His one eye staring. Pretty intelligently, actually, for one of these creatures. As he slowly nods, says, "You are welcome to have some," as he gestures to the pot. "It takes time to open. If you can eat from the pot, there is plenty."
Oh, I sure. Whatever
Looking
you
into
say.
the pot, it appears that there indeed are days' worth of caught these crabs that seem to be long-term boiling there in this basically like milky colored liquid of just boiled out seafood. The cook has a long hook he stakes down to grab them and pull them up, and seemingly has some sort of system for which ones should go when. He'll begin fishing up crab bits and put them on the table. The goblin sort of staring at Valak and the others.
Valaknov will certainly attempt to eat one of those crabs, biting through the shell if nothing else. And sort of gesture for the others to join him because, they're giving us food. That's a good start.
The goblins ooh when they see him just eat the crab without opening it. Or having the cook open it. Seems like that is a mad respect.
Good.
Vertilith will approach Valignith and then look at the pot and they'll reach a claw in. She doesn't have any problems reaching like these little goblins do into the pot. The huge bowl. Takes out multiple of these things that the cook normally has to spend his time cracking open and just pours them into her mouth like a little rain shower. Crunch.
Yeah, certainly crunchy. I guess tasty in some fashion. There's good meat inside if you just deal with the sort of cracking a metal shell first.
Yeah, this isn't her favorite thing, but it's a different taste. She'll remember it.
It's kind of like eating hard candy with the wrapper on.
Yeah, she'd rather eat an ogre, really, when it's all said and done.
Not as soft as the usual food. But yeah.
between bites, Velinov will tell the cook. So the surface has had some changes. There used to be giants there ruling the valley above you, but now it's us. So I am sort of a big deal around these parts.
You know, it's very big.
Very,
Yes,
very
there's
big.
like twice his own size at least. Maybe 3 or 4 times.
Now, you live down here, right? Obviously. What is to the south of you? I'm looking for more fire, more hot.
I've traveled far, far further than any other here. Just spoken to strange things there. Gave us fire and knowledge of it. Taught us to tame these just bats. Taught us to open the crab. Just crabs. We flourish.
What sort of strange things are those that taught you?
He is a servant of Imix. Big gestures. Again, bigger than him.
A giant?
Yes, like you. Made of fire. With a big hammer. Cracked open crabs. Easy.
Like
The other
us?
goblins gather around, as if they've heard the story before, but always delight in the retelling.
Like us, as in a dragon with a hammer?
No big crab is servant of Imix.
Oh.
Sort of nods. As he like gestures for some of the others to basically go and fetch what appears to be a lot of paraphernalia, where they seem to have been depicting this figure, like
What
a little
kind of-
doll, and like they have like a drawing of it.
What kind of monster knowledge check would this be? Like, I have an idea of what it is, and it certainly sounds like one way, but
I mean,
if I were to attempt it,
servant of a god, perhaps religion?
yeah, I was prodding about like the Primordial Lord of Earth earlier.
Arcana works too.
Okay, are these? They're not natural things. No, it'd be more of an Arcana thing.
Whatever thing, fire, whatever it is, it's certainly made of fire in some way.
So would religion be appropriate?
Yeah, please.
All right. Turns out Velinov knows a thing or two about religion, oddly enough.
Imix is the primordial Lord of Flame. Generally considered not a good guy, since he loves burning absolutely everything forever. You know,
How's that
his
bad?
servants are mainly salamanders, like djinns, anything that is on fire. Generally is his servants. Looking at this, however, it seems to be like a big dwarf almost. They have certainly painted it yellow, but that might just be because that's what they had, and has made it has like a beard and hair of fire, wielding a big maul. From the crude signet sort of inscriptions and the words, it certainly seemed that this could be an Azer, one of the primordial master smiths of the city of Brass.
Okay. So does he live in a cave, or does he have like an actual...
Oh, a mighty temple, castle. Shadow nods as the others. Ooh. Full of flame, but confusing. No one can find the way. No one but me. Drawing it out. The other goblins, ooh.
Well, then you are very lucky, because you've suddenly become very useful to me. I want to go to that place, and you will bring me there.
Sir, cannot.
Oh, you can.
Yes. Has become old, traveled in youth. Now, many things to consider. Big crabs threaten village. Small crabs have to open. as he opens an eye, perhaps thinking himself very smart, as he says it. Unless others could fix problems, then lead.
Then he sort of licks a bit of crab and shell from his teeth, very clearly showing the fact that he has large teeth. He thinks about it and says, I don't appreciate your hinting at us having to do things, so you do things for us. You should do this thing for us, and in return we might consider doing something for you. It's not the other way around. If I want you to lead me to that place, you will.
He nods. Further that way, he points to where you came from, is better spots for fishing, but big crab haunts those caves. We cannot use them. Have to make do. He sighs and shakes his head. The other goblins begin to sniffle a little bit. It seems to be a sad story. Have tried. Crab fears fire, but not enough fire for the big one.
Velagner sort of cranes his head towards the...
If fire crab could solve the problem, fire crab would be mighty indeed.
Velagner turns to his
But,
siblings.
of course,
as well.
understandably, fire crab might not want to try.
He'll say
Vertilith.
to his siblings in Draconic. So I say two options here. I want this person to lead me to that temple of the dwarf on fire, so either we force him to do it and probably wipe out all these green creatures in the process, except for him, or we take care of this crab of his, I suppose. Thinks himself very smart, obviously, and I don't appreciate that one bit. And then he'll turn to the goblin and say, I don't appreciate you being smart, presumably, one bit.
He nods as if he perfectly knows what you're saying.
Vertilith actually at that moment will like lean her head like over like the entire bowl, you know, like looking at the goblet and say, "You say fire crab, afraid of big crab."
He sort of raises a hand, defensively almost, and says, not... I don't want to say, but some might think.
I have new offer. She like looks down at the bowl and like looks back up. You lead Fire Crab and friends to where Fire Crab wants to go. Or she like looks down the bowl, eat all food in bowl.
He looks dismayed and so shakes his head. No, not acceptable. What a village. He gestures around. Many have to eat.
Village die if you don't help Fire Crab.
You mean like an intimidate check?
Sure, I can do that. Intimidating the crap cook, as the label says.
He's a crap cook.
22.
Oh, yeah. Oh. There's a lot of goblins here. A lot of goblins. But not... I mean, there could be a lot less goblins pretty quickly. It seems like the cook realizes this and sort of looks down, disheartened quite clearly, and says, Fire Crab was not sent by Imix.
Vertilith inhales, and like little plumes of like poisonous gas like appear out of her nostrils, like looming over the bowl. As if, she's threatening to do something while the cook deliberates.
We'll lead, if must,
You must.
but dangerous path, much fire, much pain.
It's at this moment now that Verdolith has realized what she's like gotten herself into. She thinks to herself, like some sort of like profanity.
Place is deep. Inside is full of hot to breathe air. Water kills. Not water kills. It's bad place.
Good. And now that you've learned your lesson, I suppose we could take care of that crab problem of yours.
He looks up.
As
Yes.
a reward for your generous offer to lead us there.
He nods slowly.
Verdolith like looks over at Valignif and says, "How about we hunt that after we make the trip as a successful feast? I'm sure the cook wouldn't mind preparing it."
That seems reasonable. You lead us there, and then once we return, we'll reward your generous behavior with an appropriate amount of help.
By hunting big crab and feeding the entire village.
And us, if that's enough.
Big crab would become new home. Sort of nods.
Yes.
Very big.
Great. She like reaches a claw like over the bowl, but then like slowly pulls her entire like head and claw back, considering the matter resolved.
Shudders a little bit. Then we leave soon. Sort of looks up to the shaman. Seems to be smiling at this point, understanding that the cook is leaving and maybe he could be a new leader of the community. As the without food they will have sticks, and surely sticks will rise in value without food. So the crab cook.
Corner of the market.
Yeah. So we'll look out and say, I have not traveled for many long time. Furthest anyone ever went. Some say end of the world. Oh God.
Verdolith and Draconic to Valignif says, "You could carry this creature in your tail or mouth if you're worried about the speed of it slowing us down."
I could.
It is so small.
It is very small. I'm very big.
You are. And strong.
Huge, really.
Yes.
I know what you're doing, but you have a point.
Verdolith gives Valignif a look. A knowing look.
Yeah, and pressing the crab cook into service is certainly something you can do. Along the way, the crab cook will also begin to maybe his memory isn't that long, but he'll begin to forget a little bit that you intimidated him so much, and more begin to tell the legendary tale of how he randomly got lost and stumbled to the right place. Apparently, within not when he says end of the world, maybe the end of the world for him is not as quite as long as it would be for others. You know.
I expected as much. Probably like 3 hours.
He will also say that that there are sacred places here, but they will avoid them, for the fire crab is not for mimics. And it seems that he doesn't want non-immix people to go there.
From what the goblin has told Bellingham, that immix dude is okay. Wants to burn things. It's understandable.
Whole world, if possible.
Yeah,
Elemental chaos and all.
he gets it.
He feels those days.
I feel you, bro. I know what that's like.
Continuing further south, you sort of skirt around the most, but sometimes you can glimpse into the other sort of side of this big cave, into what appears to be a very colorful place in there, the place that the goblin seems to be avoiding. In the center of this large sulfuric plains, it seems that there's upwellings of hot water, probably running underneath here, making geysers and what appears to be large sort of yellow and green pools in there, softly steaming and giving off this extreme smell of sort of sulfur. The goblin will refer to it as death water and say not to drink, no matter how thirsty. Could you give me like a dungeoneering check, someone?
Go for it, sheep. Or Valky if...
Damaris not interested.
Didn't think so.
We'll try, although he has no idea about any of this.
Nope. It looks like it's very pretty though. Like such bright colors. Like there's these like weird pillars of yellow, almost like yellow golden dust standing in there around these pools. It's very pretty. But the goblin seems to be taking you around, avoiding this sort of central axis.
Yeah, everything Vertilith needs to know, she already knows from Veristrict. Don't go in there.
Yeah. The goblin probably knows best. He lives here, and he hasn't died yet, so that speaks for something.
Yeah, he knows best. That's why he tried to enlist our aid to save his village. Well, not save it, but...
But help it, surely.
Never got to deal with a dragon!
Yeah, we don't accept quests. You help us, and then maybe we will reward you in turn. The order's important.
As you continue further through the path. The path continues as it has been. Broken earth, broken stone around. Seems to almost have been like ripped apart. Though somewhere around as you sort of continue, you begin to see furrows. It looks like maybe ancient canals were once here, carrying large amounts of water through this place. Looking at them and sort of scrutinizing them more closely, it becomes quite apparent that these all seem to have been taking water from a place over here and into this direction. As the goblin sort of continues, I mean, it takes a while to sort of follow him in this place, but eventually you will certainly get to the place he defines as a sacred place. As you're shown something that really doesn't look like much. What you see is basically just a big pair of legs.
Legs?
It seems that once there's been more than the legs, but something knocked it over. It is quite massive. So massive that it probably would have reached the ceiling of the cave, and appears to have been, well, from the look around of it, a pair of giant legs. Probably fire giant, looking at the plated armor upon them. Has about the stature of a dwarf. It's covered in probably runes and giant and ignan. Quite a spectacle, honestly, if it wasn't so very broken. Beneath its feet is a small, sort of square-looking building, built not to be aesthetically pleasing, but functional. seems to have been hammered with metals, though the steam that bellows out of the entrance seemed to have corroded that away a long time ago. The cook gestures towards the opening. Here is a sacred place of Imix. Here is the servant of Imix. Gave us fire. His
No.
inside, cannot see, is confusing. There's fog and steam and fire. Was lucky last time.
Verdalith looks at Valignith and in Draconic asks, "What are you looking to achieve here, Valignith?"
You know what? I don't know, but I want to do it.
Verdalith like squints her eyes, squints up at the ceiling that she can't possibly see, far, 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 far above.
Tyraxus looks like he has bitten in a huge lemon. It's just...
Veristrix takes a deep breath and just says, "Are you surprised?"
No. And that frightens me.
Wouldn't you want to know what a servant of some primordial lord or something is doing below your valley?
Tyraxus
No.
decocks his head a little bit and then like points towards Veristrix in a way. Not particularly, from what we know of
Considering
this. Go ahead.
The last time we touched something we didn't understand or know about, we unleashed a huge necrotic night on the valley.
That would have happened sooner or later anyways. We had barely anything to do with it.
And so, thus you would thrust unknowingly into it this time, given you have an option?
Think of what this servant could do for us.
For us, or you mean for you? I am not interested in whatever this creature can offer.
Well, obviously for me, I'm just speaking politely.
Verdalith says, "You already have the blessing of fire."
This
I
creature,
do.
if he is a servant of this Imix, just a squint from what I understood, is he is fire itself. He wants to burn and destroy everything. I don't think we should let that out. If it is imprisoned here, good.
But this creature has taught the goblin something. If he were a servant intent on destroying everything, why would he teach goblins how to survive?
Well, because
They are useful for his ends.
Yeah.
They are resources and tools for him to use that he may not be able to do himself.
Well, doesn't that sound incredibly familiar?
I don't see the point.
Verdalith says, "I am willing to meet this creature. Otherwise, I would not have bothered to walk all the way out here. Knowing what I know, I just wanted to know what you wanted to do with this encounter, which you don't know, which is what I figured."
Well, if this person who supposedly is a smith of some sort, a master smith at that, can teach the goblins something useful, I'm hoping that he could teach me something useful.
Verdalith then looks towards like the massive ruin. "Then would you like to go in on your own?"
I would be willing to if you don't want to. It could, however, be dangerous, and you know what that means for everyone involved.
The cook nods. Very dangerous.
You cannot hold the thread of what has happened to us over us all the time. I am not tolerant of that.
It's not a threat, it's a...
slightly.
I suppose I'm using it like one, aren't I?
Yes, you are.
Verdalith
And I am
says,
growing wary of it, Valignith. At some point, it might be beneficial for us to imprison you if you keep putting us all in danger like this.
If the safest way to preserve our lives is to ensure that you are safe, then what's the best way to keep you safe?
Now that's a threat.
Then it seems we come bared with the same weapons then. It's only fair.
My point is that what we have done up in the valley has benefited us all in different ways, but it has benefited us all. Thus, emotions towards the ruin seems to not.
Vertilus sighs and says, I'll go with him. You two. And she shrugs, as if she was going to offer a suggestion, but the purple and blue dragon can find something to do.
Draxus drags his claws along the rocks and says, yes, force my hand, why don't you? And he will slowly follow after.
The cook will sit down outside.
Draxus will walk up to him, reach out his serrated claws, and pin the cook against the rock behind him. And he will say, what are the dangers inside? Details.
Living fire, mist, shadows, and water. Big things, old things. Was there long ago. Was found before I was killed. Would have died otherwise.
And how did you make it past them?
Did not. Was found by the servant of Imix. Worshipped ever since.
So instead of going inside, we just go to the entrance and see if anyone's home. And if not, then, well, I suppose we don't have to enter if it's dangerous.
Was warmer last time. It is almost cold now. He sort of touches the stone. Before could not touch the stone without burning. Might be worse. Might not be.
Suppose we can find out easily enough.
Yes. Vertilith waits for Valignif to lead, then we'll follow after him.
Draxus will shoot. Varys takes a long look. And then sigh demonstrably. And start padding after the other two dragons.
This will be the last favor I bestow. As he pads, like, behind everyone else.
I'll certainly try to repay the favor however I'm able. I do appreciate you all, following without me having to threaten my own life.
It is not our fault, as we continue traveling, that you have been unable to find a suitable lair in every place that we've cleared thus far.
Draxus snorts. I seem to recall we redirecting the Earl's troops from that crypt to save it because it was your lair, only for you to then abandon it the next day, and us sacrificing the monastery as a result.
I admit that would have been my fault. I set the play in motion. I gave him the information that this existed.
Draxus grumbles.
That the monastery is gone is of... The monastery's master said unfortunate words, and has deserved his lot.
What is done is done. Let us get this finished. I'm tired of this waiting and endless walking.
Yes, yes. This death trap of fire and killing water, and all to what? Visit an old man on his deathbed. Bah!
May this interaction be of some value, then.
Walking inside the first room shows, well, that perhaps once this place was greater than it currently is. A sort of thick amount of water vapor and steam is here, feeling a slightly, again, salty feeling to it. As Valignith goes in here, he sees a room that is massive in size. Though, if it's built to impress giants, that might certainly be why. What was probably once an entrance hall now is now just a room full of rust. It seems that most things in this place were made by metal, and that metal has slowly corroded over the years and years and years to make piles of rust dust just sort of cover the floor like snow. The steam is still here, however, the salt taste in the air. Seems like this is not a good place, at least this room is not a good place for metal in general. The steam is mainly coming from the passage here at the top of the room, but a little bit comes from the south. The central path, however, is steam-free. The path to the north seems slightly broader than the others.
All right.
Pick a direction.
Any direction.
First of all, Valignith is just gonna shout into the structure a like greeting, like hello.
There's a place you might think there was an echo, but honestly the sound is pretty muffled due to the amount of steam that seems to be wafting everywhere. There's no immediate response.
All right.
Is it possible to see the ceiling, or is it too obscured by the steam?
It is in here. There's not too much steam in here. It's like you can see the room perfectly fine.
Okay.
Look around. The ceiling appears flat and not really as high as you might expect. You're not that far down. Unlikely to find sort of tall rooms given the statue above.
Okay.
The three paths here, Manaki. Ursus would like to determine if one of them has more wear than the others, like which one is more well traveled, if it had
Sure.
been.
Yeah.
One
Good
check.
engineering check.
Yeah, sure.
Knowing about dungeons, you're in a dungeon, certainly.
15.
It's hard to tell. It seems that all of them have been very well traveled in the past, certainly. All the stones are well worn. There's not a path that has not been used.
Okay. Ursus will stay silent then.
Perhaps the one going forward and south are the sort of like these two are the more traveled passage.
Okay. Ursus will relay that then.
Right. Let's go the one with the least steam then. Straightforward.
Sure.
Valignith will half mumble to himself, half to the others. What is gold just one matter of many? Look at this place. It's the dust of riches long gone. A potential to this place that... Potential gone? I don't know. But it is certainly interesting. If the entire place is falling apart, perhaps the servant himself is falling apart as well. Which would leave this place without an owner.
Would seem the perfect sit-in for one such as you.
Maybe not perfect, but getting there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you'll stop me if I move too quickly.
It's fine. There's it appears indeed that whatever made in this room, whatever traps or defenses might have been in this entrance hall, they were made of metal and have not fared well in the eons. Like the steam would not really hurt a lot, like just like immediately. It's not like it damages your armor or anything. It's just over ages and ages, slowly it will have corroded.
Cheap. If you're looking for the last one, it's the north one.
Yeah, the least travel passage was this one.
Oh, the one with the least steam. I believe that
The one
was.
here doesn't have any steam.
Okay.
Okay.
As you move to look into it, Velvet might get slightly excited
I want to get it there.
as he enters a room, or looks into it anyway.
Made from solid gold.
Appears to have
Close enough.
a lot of things in it. Looking around, it's quite clear that this is a storeroom of some sort. For giants, perhaps, everything here is very big for someone such as yourselves, and certainly almost a bit too massive to really be useful to you. Yet the piles of ingots of various sorts are quite clear. This appears to be certainly a fire giant storeroom, and given that it is not steamy, it seems the metals here have not corroded. Looking around, you could have, these are like copper, silver, iron mainly. There's about 6,000 gold's worth of refined materials here that you could readily sort of transport and sell should you decide to. Leaving, of course, the less interesting metals to just stay. There's no reason to. Nobody wants to carry iron ingots around. There's a couple silver ones, gold one. Pretty good.
Yeah, Vellignant will sort of gesture with his tail towards Tyraxos for him to get a good look at the room without turning around to him.
Well, Tyraxos does not feel like he is at the beck and call of Vellignant's tail.
Vellignant will turn around, slightly annoyed, but, he's excited, as he'll say, "You know what we talked about earlier? Something, hopefully, we could find down here that would benefit all of us, that would turn into a lot of gold."
Tyraxos looks around the room. You can see the gears turning in his head. He nods slowly.
They certainly seem to have been left alone for a long time. Very long time.
Any tracks here?
Nothing recent, no.
Vellignant, sighs happily before turning around again. Let's see what's in the other rooms. If this place is lived in, then we should find the owner and convince him to part with his goods.
There's a path that continues on the other end of this room.
Oh, it does. Go that way.
I will state that Tyraxos will be flying while in here, because he doesn't necessarily want to step on any traps on the floor, which might be there.
Alright. Everyone flying?
Sure. That seems like a reasonable precaution.
No.
I don't think Vertilith will either.
Well, then Vellignant won't fly either. Peer pressure.
Okay, but someone is flying, so.
Tyraxos will fly, look into the different...
Fly past him with his superior ground speed.
Yes.
At this point, though...
His weird slithery snake speed.
There will be... what a segue. As there will be initiative here. The old guardians of this place disturbed.
Right. How long will this take, Manaki?
If this is going to be a long battle,
I don't think it will be.
Okay.
We'll just die. Came here too early.
As we have awakened the adamantine, juggernaut that rests in here. Turns out it's a Volsenbrack storehouse. We are fucked.
Cool as that would be, I don't think it fits time-wise. Instead, what slithers
Oh,
out
these guys.
appear
I
to
love
be
these guys.
old constructs. As they simply, Tyraxos is flying, so
Sure.
ignoring him, they slither out. Clearly intent at doing their duty of defending this room. You've fought them before, really? Do you know that they're not incredibly dangerous to you? But
They were kind of nasty. They had a lot of poison.
they do have a lot of poison, certainly. As as it moves in, and we'll sort of ambush almost by attacking bar restricts here. Ooh, looks like a hit.
Yep.
And 5 ongoing poison. So there's another one. Slithers over towards Verlith.
No.
And it does not hit. There's another one coming here. Bar restricts.
You
going.
will-
And
Yeah, sure. Shift away. Let's see.
You can fly up at this point if you prefer. If these are all ground-based, you can just skip it.
Suppose, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
leave the guardians here to guard the treasure for us. For now,
Yeah.
it's possible.
Sure, he'll fly up into the air, out of reach.
right.
That's it.
Take a save and Toraxus.
Trixus will look at the others, seeing if they intend to fly or if they tend to fight.
If these snakes can't reach us if we fly, then flying makes sense. Besides, Vellingnef has already broken a few of these. He knows what they're about.
Vertilith remembers that they had like a little look attack that they did at people, so she looks as if she's willing to she's willing to throw down here.
Yes, that's true. They did have a range attack, didn't they?
Mhm.
Alright, yeah, we can't have that then. Trixus
Never
will
felt these things.
land over here, and then he shall charge this Cobra 3 here.
I only just remembered it, Valky. I was like, oh yeah, wait, they do have a range attack.
think I wasn't here for that one.
Yep, no, that was session 3, and you were absent when we went to explore the Wizard's Mad Tower.
It's fine, I'll keep its attention away from you.
I like to be saying the Wizard's Mad Tower.
That's right, the tower was crazy.
Crazy! Yes. Before I charge, I will use my... yes, my Shroud of Shadow to gain some temp hit points. And then we shall do the charge. Charge attack. I have combat advantage. .24 AC for 36 damage.
Certainly does it.
Slams into it.
Lay into it. Breaking, cracking iron bands.
And if that does not kill it,
It does not.
Dread Smite for additional 8 and 8 ongoing.
Bloodying the thing.
Excellent.
Well, in this case, cracking it.
Traxxas is done.
They are quite healthy, aren't they?
They're
Fertilized.
They're made of iron.
Vertilift shifts here as a move action. As a standard action, I'm going to deduct 2 power points to use a Lodestone Lure attack on Iron Cobra 3.
All right.
That's a 25 versus will for 16 untyped damage on Iron Cobra 3.
That'll hit.
And in addition, it is pulled 4 squares to me, knocked prone, and can move only to squares that are adjacent to me.
Like there.
Yeah, that's fine.
And prone.
Yep. Until
Can you
Until
put
the
it,
end of next turn.
Can you put it here? Is that possible?
yeah, they could be there. Sure.
Yeah.
They don't seem to have a particularly strong AI here, so they seem to
And,
just... yeah.
And as a minor action, since they don't particularly have strong AI, I don't think I need to mark them both. Let me go ahead and grab myself 8 temporary hit points. That'll be the end of my turn.
All right. This one throws out here. Bite to Vellingnef.
No. Let's see. Oh, this one shouldn't. Vellingnef is gonna. He's just gonna smack this cobra. Where?
Did you take the 9 damage from the bite attack? You or like what was it?
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay, it's good. Sorry.
No worries.
He's gonna smack this cobra. 25 for 15.
Smack.
And then he's gonna... Does he fire breath? Yeah, sure. He'll fire breath the cobra.
All right. Melting bits of it.
17.
It slithers away from that, though. It's
Yeah,
quite
damn it.
speedy and unable to move. Even if it's also tough and hardy.
And then he'll shift here.
This one takes damage. The cold breaking the metal plates it consists of apart as it moves up again to attack Vertolith.
Okay, that will just hit. The ongoing, of course, does not do anything to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that leaves me with losing 1 HP here, because of my 8 temporary hit points. And as an immediate reaction, I will make my Persistent Harrier attack against it.
All right.
24 versus armor class.
Yep.
11 untyped damage, and I'll teleport
Break
here.
Cracks.
Breaks it down.
Stops moving. The other one here will try to do the same thing.
Nope. Me phasing through reality has befuddled it.
It lunges before moving back up, making just the cracking sound of metal that hasn't moved in a long time.
Fly over here. Flying down 5 feet, and he does so because he would like to breathe some breath on this cobra before he attacks. So
That's a miss.
all right, then he will grip the snake. 31 versus 42.
He grips the snake. Yes.
12 force damage.
Tightly.
Slow.
It is squeezed.
Alright.
Snake Wrangler.
That's you, Veristrix the Snake Wrangler.
Yeah.
That's your draconic nickname.
Thoraxus.
Joyce looks over there, sees that Vertolith has locked that up, knows that she is supremely resistant to their poison, and looks over to Valignith. It probably should help him, because otherwise he'll probably kill himself somehow over there.
Then we'll all go to hell.
Yeah, oh god, hell, god damn it, fuck everything. He'll move here, and then he will make a charge in on this cobra.
Yeah, you have a
Maybe
+1.
+1 to hit.
Yeah.
Okie-doke. Charge! +1 to hit. I don't have any combat advantage on this one, but hopefully that will be enough. Yeah! 28 versus AC
Yes.
for 22 damage, and we will tuck another Dread Smite on it, because why not? Yeah. Traxxas is done.
As it too begins to break, crack.
The frost and the shadows break it down, cripple it.
Vertolith.
Okay. Minor action to mark the Iron Cobra with a Battle Mind's Demand. A standard action to do a 2 power point Twisted Eye attack against the Iron Cobra. That's a 21 versus armor class.
Yes.
16 untyped damage, and the Cobra is blinded until the end of my next turn.
And blinded. This attack
Yes.
a failed mini foe.
Yes, and then my move action, I'll convert that into a minor to breathe poison at the Cobra. 19 versus reflex.
Just does do.
Alright, 6 poison damage. Okay, that's the end of my turn.
This one will turn and lunge at Thoraxus. No.
I will shift here, and then smack Cobra with
G.I. Joe.
this deck. The Word of Exchange. Yeah.
What?
Word of exchange. You parlay with the cobra.
Wait, is this like is this business transaction Valignuth? Like
Well, corporate Valignuth.
yeah, corporate Valignuth, madman Valignuth.
Objection and
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he takes a -2 penalty to all defenses. And if you hit him, if an ally hits him, the ally gets a power bonus to AC.
Neat.
This one's blind and slow. We'll try anyway. No,
No.
basically can't do it. What's that condition? Is it save ends blind? No, just
No,
next
it's
turn.
until the end of my next turn.
Same with this slow. Forestick.
Well, since he has combat advantage, you might as well power up this grip to do more damage. Power up
Tighten the
2.
grip around the snake.
30 versus Fortitude for 17 force damage, and target is immobilized.
Immobilized. Cannot leave.
Slow to mobilize.
It won't be slowed anymore, yeah?
Yeah,
Does-
it won't be.
Does that
No,
make
it won't be.
him dazed? Because of
No,
your new
unless you
thing?
want me to burn a daily on it for some reason.
No, I mean your new thing, right?
Yeah,
it's
it's a daily.
power.
Oh, I thought it was just a thing.
I don't know. So access.
Well, yeah, let's smack the snake.
Mhm.
Is that to be vengeful against the
It's what he
snake?
does.
How dare you offend me?
Vengeance snake!
My gold.
Ah!
My ingots.
Natural
I can't
one.
let-
No, that will not do it even with the -2.
It was too much vengeful.
Too vengeful.
Uh,
Vertilith looks at the blinded cobra. Looks over at Iron Cobra 2 over there. Looks at the fact that Iron Cobra 1's immobilized, and since you said that it wouldn't get an attack of opportunity whenever we did this shit last session, I do recall Manaki, with the blinded orc archer, I think we'll just move away from it then. Yeah. I'll move away like so that's 5, and then I'll do another 5, and then as a minor action, I will mark this cobra.
Oh.
So Iron Cobra 1 is no longer marked.
Right.
That'll be the end of my turn. And this one's no longer blinded.
8 damage and attacks Vertilith then. With a natural 20, dealing 11 damage.
You take 2 less.
Alright, I take 9 damage. Good thing I walked up here to take this crit for you guys. I'm the defender. That's what I do.
it's like he knew.
Not safe. Vertilith.
Valignuth will
Couple lunges.
smack it
Twists.
with Wrath.
Serpent Valley indeed. Buffet below.
All the Wrath. 22
Yes.
for another 9. What is with these tiny damage rolls?
Great.
Okay, good enough.
Vertilith, like, roaring as, like, the damn creature, like, finds, like, a weak point in, like, her exposed flesh between all of her fat and scales. And
Poison it surely has, doing nothing to her though. Too strong.
And I guess he'll sort of move over here. That's it.
Alright, I mean, this one can't move. So, can't really do anything in that respect. No one's taking ongoing poison damage at the moment, so Vorstrix.
Alright. Varstrix has vicious advantage, so anything that is slowed or immobilized, he has combat advantage against. So let's power up this grip again.
It's just
attack the
squeezing
snake.
the snake.
Crushing it.
1 for 15 force damage. Still immobilized. Again.
Huh.
Crack.
Oh, yeah, it's holding it there.
Did it take the ongoing or did it save?
It's saved if it doesn't have it in the label. Raxus.
Alright, moves here and then charge. Get it! And does have combat advantage.
The fray. Rawr.
27 AC, 33 damage. Smash! Bolts and metal flying everywhere.
Slice broken.
Should really learn how to make some of these. They are
I know, right?
Just that little engagement been thoroughly dealt with.
Traxxas flexes his claws a little bit. He remembers when these creatures were quite bothersome. Not so much now.
He has grown in power and strength.
Yes. They seemed so big back then.
Yeah. No, we are very big, as I've been told today repeatedly.
Verlif narrows her eyes, like down here, like at the ingots, calculating whether it was worth it. Unsure.
Hmm.
It's not like she can carry these things all the way out of here, right?
It's so many.
I'm approaching my limit for tonight.
Yeah, I was about to say it's our usual midnight cutoff point.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Should we
So-
handle the money really quick? Or should we do that later?
Given the
can-
amount of week, I'm sure we can do it our
I
session.
can. I'll post it. I'll post it tomorrow. Will that work for you guys?
Sure.
As a note for audience, Jonas will most likely not be attending the session next week, which means that he most likely will not be able to stream it, considering that he's not here.
Yeah.
I haven't decided yet whether I will record it or I'll send it to Jonas, or whether I'll broadcast it myself. So I'll send a ping in his Discord server to let you kids know who are watching the stream.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
Hopefully you will be able to tune in next week. Also, as a heads up, moving into summer, there will be certain weeks where me and Balki will not be around for session because we have other engagements. So just have that in mind as we move forward into July specifically. That's just how the cookie crumbles. There are weddings to go to and other social social taxes to pay. Yeah, so to speak.
Social taxes.
Yeah, that's what I think of it as. But yeah, that's it.
Beyond that, I hope you enjoyed the session. Certainly, the combat you left off felt a bit different than last time. Once you actually managed to get in close,
It did.
things happened.
Once we managed to get within effective range, we're suddenly
Yeah.
able to do things.
I will calculate experience points because you have certainly gained control of.
I think we've done at least one goal.
And as for Lord the Butcher, I think we can make that a not
Abandoned goal. Yeah.
it's not really a.
We can raise him.
Don't plan on bringing him back from the dead now.
Low log the zombie.
We also drained the way to the deep.
It's also been accomplished. And yeah, I mean, Sheep, has the Master Artisan been sufficiently made reliable?
I think so. He knows what Velinus is about.
All right, that's quite a few goals to have.
If only we had secured 4 dragon layers. Shakes fist.
Maybe we're in the process of fulfilling that goal. Or maybe not, in which case...
I hope so, or one of us is going to be dead.
It's too picky.
It's not good enough, this. Can we
Just going to fall asleep outside while I think about this.
The picky dragon. Life isn't good enough for me. Better to serve in hell than reign on Faerun.
Oh, there are job benefits.
No, you could go back and serve your dad.
Man, he
Move back in.
one of the best moves of recent weeks was to send the giants crashing into Bone Dad. That was just delicious.
It told a story, as many things have.
He didn't expect it.
No. He had his plans and stuff, but his children overtook him.
You know, isn't that the greatest? Like
Yeah.
that even
Greatest
then,
compliment.
fighting that they would think of him
Oh, maybe.
and send some horrible gangsters his way.
and Halldamir. My God, how could they hoodwink me here in this fatal moment?
It's true.
I am the master of deception, yet even now,
How's this possible?
they will pay for this. He has all of eternity to contemplate his next move.
Mm-hmm.
So how many experience points are we showered with?
Yes, you have gained a total. This one, the last, 4,975 XP, which comes to 1,243 each, putting you to 11,200 and 47.
Okay.
Okay. We are.
Level 8 is at 13 grand.
Yeah, still some ways away, unfortunately.
Couple more L's.
Quick, put 8 goals down there.
Yes.
All right, everyone.
Yeah.
We played. We got rich. We got
Yeah.
rich.
Finally, a payday for the dragons.
It was payday, and all of
Quite
us
a payday.
gathered.
Some would say.
Yes. All the treasure that the Serpentine Earl had gathered and squatted on for years is now ours.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
we can
didn't
squat.
have anything to do with it. Look at you now.
Whatever dragons want to do with it, I guess.
Welcome to Chilraxus Investments.
Next time it's in gold chains with the sunglasses that have like lines in them,
Yes. Chilraxus the...
rings on every finger,
Yeah,
Phaedron is like a
watches.
chauffeur.
skinks carrying him around like.
yeah. Yep, on a palanquin.
Magna Raxos.
Master Raxus, yeah.
Otherwise, good work, everyone. We did it. We're in the Underdark now.
Yeah.
Exploring things.
Hooray.
Good job.
And everyone hates it.
Aww.
Not everyone.
You like it.
It's not... yeah, it's not so much the environment. I mean, the environment for Chilraxus is not what he likes. He wants open skies and stuff. It's more the way of being dragged around. Being like, I will go in and die if you don't follow. And he'll be like, oh.
And now the suggestion is on the board of you won't go in and die because we'll just imprison you forever.
Lock you in a chest.
You will be nothing more than an encounter in my lair.
Wow. What
But
Trapped
the
and
Rexos,
chained up animal.
think about the corporation. Think about how much money this stuff can be.
Yes, the corporations.
As Phaedron like drags him away.
Cooperation.
Think about the cooperation. The money.
Yeah, that's what's like, holding him back.
What could we make?
He closes his eyes. He sees the Chilraxus Trading Company building in Baldur's Gate. You know, it is beautiful.
TTC LLC.
Yes. TGC LLC Inc.
With that, I'm going to head off to bed. I'll chat to you guys next week.
Yes, take care, everyone. Have
Take
fun,
care.
Jonas.
See ya.
The only thing not tyrannical about our company is our prices.
What a scam.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week, hopefully.